We're skipping the mic check this time. Mike, you're not being checked. How's everyone doing this wonderful Saturday night in July? That is absolutely wonderful, at least in Washington. It's like a balmy 72 degrees out tonight. It's great. After 100-something degrees for 3 days. I'm pretty happy. To hell with Mike, says Classic for Real. What you got against Mike? Rip Mike, you will be missed. He will be back. Good evening, Rudy. Mike should quit stepping out of line. Well, Mike's a troublemaker. Hey, Supa. Nice to see you. Hey, Blaster Hub. Nice to see you, too. How you feeling, Blaster Hub? How's the summer going? I want the official Brian review. Can't wait for the Boxer Pro and Brute Pro to come to store shelves. So, obviously, first things, if you didn't check the community page, it has landed, and apparently tomorrow is the official release date. So if you haven't found the AB, the Dart Zone, no, not Dart Zone, xshot Pro Piston Pump AEB, motorized piston pump, the MPP, that will be apparently out. It's supposed to be out on store shelves tomorrow. I don't know how true that is, but I do know people have already found it on store shelves and have picked them up. So they are actually out at Target's, so far, is the only store that's seen them, and they run $73, which is about what we expected. That was the original leaked price, I believe, from Walmart. So for a full auto AEB, that is an absolute steal. So hopefully it's the same exact one that I got. It does come with different darts, apparently. I'll most likely pick one up. Another one, because I want to dual wield them. I'm tired of summer and work, but luckily going back to school, so I have weekends for actual playing again. Going back to school, huh? That's actually exciting, man. Good for you. Don't be a loser like me. The hype for the MPP is getting real. Yeah, you guys are gonna like it. If it's even half as good as the one I got, you guys are gonna absolutely love it. You guys have no idea. If you've never used like a pro level Stampede, you have no idea. So, have I managed to get any of the 70% off Siren stuff? No, but I have been checking Target today, and there are quite a few insane deals. Just a couple. Let's not get too excited. I don't know how this probably won't affect in-store. You probably either have to do pickup or online delivery, which means I'm saying these out loud and I'll probably never be able to get one because you guys are going to buy them all out. The Nerf Rival Challenger, that is the flywheeler with the banana mag, under $9 right now on Target. The Nerf Gelfire Igniter. That is an okay blaster. For $10, it's a pretty okay blaster in my opinion. For a $2.64 blaster, that is an absolute steal. Yeah, I would pick up a pallet of those. And the last one was... where the hell was it? Oh, the N-Series Strikeback, which... it's the Strikeback, but it's one of the cooler N-Series blasters. $12.49. That's about half off. That's at Target. Those are all pretty good deals. I am currently trying to find signs of any of the new blasters. I have yet, besides one little blip from Amazon, found anything besides the Shadow Speed Recon. I'm still looking for the Galactic Commander, but I believe the release date was changed from the 15th, which is obviously passed, to the 30th. So we'll see what happens. But there's also apparently a huge Target restock happening tomorrow, allegedly. That could mean that they already have their hands on the new Nerf stuff, because I don't think they would be changing all the stuff around and redoing everything if they weren't already had the stock. So, that's good. That's actually really good. What does this mean for this summer? Not a whole lot, but as I alluded to in the title and everything, I do have a review sample of the Brute Pro coming from Dart Zone themselves next week. I'm really hoping it shows up before my dental appointment, because I have some surgery that's going to happen, and that's probably going to keep me out of actually being able to do stuff, so my next couple of days are packed. I'm still working on finishing this video, which is my longest, most difficult, most stressful, most stupid video I have ever tried to make. I hate it, but I love it, and that also probably means it's going to do terribly. But as I alluded to before, and I will say again, if this video gets 250,000 views within 30 days, I will on stream give away a Bamboo Labs A1 combo pack. This is not sponsored by Bamboo Labs. They sent me the printer for the review, and they're also sponsoring it. I didn't open that printer because I already have one. Now, I could obviously use two, but I figured I'd try to bribe you guys. So when that video drops, make sure you like it, make sure you subscribe if you aren't subscribed, and make sure you share that video. Press the share button, send it to your grandma, I don't care. But if that video gets that on stream, I will do a giveaway for an A1 mini combo, or not A1 mini, an A1 combo. It's like a $600 package, $500 package, whatever. So that's the AMS Lite plus the printer. I still, like, this is obviously nothing has to do with sponsor. I have multiple Bamboo printers. They are the best. I don't care what anybody says. I've never had to do any maintenance or anything. They've been absolutely wonderful. And if you've never used a 3D printer before, I don't think you can have a better first printer. Even things like the Elgu Centuri, whatever, the new one that's like $300, looks really good. Apparently even that has problems. People have to mod them to get them working stuff. So it's kind of cool. This summer sucked in my area. None of the new stuff was on shelves. Hopefully that'll change soon. I'm guessing it was just like the tariffs and stuff like that. Mammoth Project will be finished in due time. Nope, I will finish this. I was going to have it out Friday. Not Friday. I was going to have it submitted Friday. I missed that mark. But that just gives me a weekend. I've been working on it all day. That'll get done. As you can see, there's one of the things. But if you didn't see it, that did legitimately blow up a White Claw. I was not expecting that. I was not expecting that at all. I thought it would bounce off of it. It blew it apart, which is the coolest thing. So, yeah, she did it. I'm not happy about it, but yeah, I do have dental stuff happening. Hey, Walcom used this Silly Brush 250. I probably won't be taking a look at that Vesic. I have issues with it, which is unfortunate, but do you know when the Brute Pro might come out? It still looks like, well, if they're sending me a sample, it's probably sooner than we expect, to be perfectly honest, which would be awesome. I'm getting a little bit more excited for the Brute. There was an update to the Walmart listing for the Brute Pro that shows like a short video of a 360. It might have some applications, at least for me. That's something that I'm becoming more aware of, and I don't try to obfuscate what I like and what I don't like in my videos at all. I try not to. I try to be as honest and open with you guys as I possibly be. I do these live streams as often as I can so you guys have a chance to actually talk to me and figure out what's going on. I do that to be connected to you, to show you everything's above board and everything like that. You guys can ask all the questions, I can answer them. I might not always answer them if I feel like I can't, but most of the time I try to be open and honest about it. With things like this, I love this blaster. This is an amazing blaster in my opinion. I love it. But I'm starting to realize, is it worth buying if you're not huge in the single shot blasters? Like, can I sell this to somebody who's, you should just buy like 2 or 3 Boxer Pros over something like this. But if you are somebody who really appreciates single shots, well, no surprise that Walcom loves single shots, Walcom loves break action, and yes, this is a very, very good one. Is it better than the Awakened pistol? In a lot of ways, yeah. I still am on the fence which one I like more. But I try to figure out, like, hey, I need to be open and let even new people who've never watched my videos before. I love pistols. I like shotguns. They're kind of things that just go together for me. They're my favorite. So when I like a rifle, that means that rifle platform is extremely good. Because typically I do not like rifles. If I play a video game, it's almost always pistol, shotgun, PDW. Sniper rifles are kind of the same way. It has to be a particularly good sniper rifle, for it to be something that I would wholeheartedly endorse. The Smiley is the best blaster to come out this year by far. There's no debating that, in my opinion. If anybody has anything bad to say about the Smiley, lay that to my feet right now so I can curb stomp you, because it's the best. Mighty Shrub absolutely took, and already probably, I don't know if I actually would have checked out Heath's. There's a thing with Heath's builds that makes them pretty hard to, like, work with, and they're way more complicated because Heath is a madman. I don't know if I would have checked out the Smiley with the shell ejecting configuration. Not that I don't like shells, But Mighty Shrub made it, so I absolutely had to get, and oh my god. And Adam sending me the hardware kit was beyond mad. Mr. Munch 800 with a $10 super chat of a dancing lemon, and it was their first super chat, so I got their super chat cherry. Thank you very much for that. So with the Brute Pro, I'm actually getting more excited because it might fill a niche that I've wanted for a long time. Do you think I would be able to some older lines like Modulus and Classic Elite? I most likely will in the future. The problem with like tag back and those kinds of videos, which are really kind of easy to get done because I was there for all of them. I know what I like about them, what I didn't like about them, and I know most of the time the exact history of the blaster. They just don't perform that well in the algorithm. So unless it's something I absolutely really want to take a look at, it's difficult. It's not saying that I won't do it. Right now, things in my life have been really complicated for the past couple of months. It's gonna get more complicated in the near future. So, I don't know. I'm gonna try my best. I will, after this video's out, things are gonna be way easier. I just have to get this thing out. And I'm trying really hard with it, which means it's gonna be a garbage video that nobody's gonna like. So. I like the Boxer Pro because I'm not dropping a band on a toy LMG. I mean, that's up to you. Some people have, like, for me, I will spend hundreds of dollars on a blaster if I really like it, but obviously I do this for a living, so I can kind of justify that. Cherry, that's 11. Okay, Supa, calm down. One bad thing about the Smiley, it whacked you in the face. And even then, I still love that blaster. Oh, wall cushion, Supa. Sadly, it's not based off a nick. It's not. It's based off a nick. You had Mr. Munch as a nickname as a kid. Did your social circle hate you, or do you wear it as a badge of pride, Mr. Munch? Smiley from the Asian size with metal pieces. Well, I mean, I already have. Mine has a metal piece on it now. I made it, and I kind of want to make a new one. How do you properly handle the heavy YouTube workload? The thing with me is mostly like creativity block and motivation issues. For me, I take a decent amount of pride in my work, and I'm really bad about just putting out a video to put out a video. And I overcomplicate stuff way more than it needs to be. In terms of like actually getting things done, I could just make a video to make a video. Most of you probably won't care. You know, 20% of the effort for 80% of the work kind of thing. But I honestly do try my best. As sad as that is of the state of my content and how, you know, professional it is, I genuinely do try. Sometimes I can turn a video around within 6-8 hours. Other times it will take me days. It will take reshoots. I like the dart hitting the White Claw. It's out of focus, which angers me. In fact, almost everything I shot that night was out of focus. Do I reshoot it? Oh, I can't. I mean, I could shoot another White Claw and hope it also explodes. I could break another glass. I think we have one more, but it won't be the same. So I might just have to upload the video with those out of focus. I'm still trying to figure out exactly what makes this little guy tick, and it's the best camera. I wouldn't recommend buying one right now because it's ludicrously more expensive than it used to be. I got lucky because they were $500 for like the big pack at Costco. That was in like December. I wanted one. And then all this garbage started happening in the world, and these jumped up quite considerably. In fact, if you go to, I think, Amazon right now, the base model of this is $800, which is almost double. I found another pack at Costco for $580. Same pack, $80 more. I couldn't say no. I had to have it because I knew I wanted this camera. This is the Osmo Pocket 3. And I picked it up for that $580. And lo and behold, hey, look at that, it's me. Now I think they're $800. Or it's either $730 or $799. I can't remember. But they are way more expensive now. And I'm still trying to figure out exactly how the focus on this thing works, because sometimes it does really good, other times it does really poorly. But this is still the best camera I think I've ever had. I do miss my Sony. I cannot, because I never really had focusing problems with the Sony, because it's an actual, here it is. It is an actual, like, camera and not a weird, like, action cam kind of thing. but fixing this I don't think is gonna happen. The only thing I like maybe thought of is trying to get it like hardwired a card in there or something like that. But even looking at it, the pins are, you can't see if the pins are all messed up. It's never gonna work again, which is sad because I really liked this camera, but I got 5 years of use out of it, and it's not my main camera anymore. So when will we see a Dart Zone Adventure Force Pro Sniper? Hopefully soon. There are gaps in release schedules, like niches, and they're doing a pretty good job, in my opinion, getting that kind of just like jungled and justified. I don't know how to explain, but like xshot, they weren't like, hey, let's just make a flywheeler to make a flywheeler. No, they're like, okay, we're gonna make an AG, and they did, and it's a good one. Dart Zone's like, well, we're not just gonna make an AG right now until we can do something that's different. Let's make the LMG, and they did. I don't know how these companies do this and how they manage to release it so perfectly, but nothing Dart Zone releases in this summer is going to conflict with anything xshot is releasing this summer, from what we know. And that's really cool. Even Nerf, with Nerf Pro last summer, the torrent and the sender, while they weren't exactly new ideas, they were different enough. xshot, even when they released the long shot, it was fundamentally a different blaster. It was a bullpup. It had a completely new way it worked, as opposed to just making another pump-action magazine-fed Pro Springer. Nerf also did the carbine with the torrent, instead of just making another pump-action magazine-fed Springer, even though that's kind of what they did. And if you got those blasters and they worked, power to you. Unfortunately, mine didn't. I did the pretty harsh review. They most likely fixed those issues later on, but that doesn't change the fact of the now. And Nerf obviously had absolutely no interest in keeping that line going. That stuff has been on fire sale. I've seen senders for $8. Like, that was a $50 blaster that I paid for. It's not $8. And if you can get over the garbage trigger pull and yours works fine, then yeah, it's a fine blaster. It's actually a really cool idea for a blaster. The trigger is what let it down. And it makes me wonder if Nerf is just doing different things to do different things without actually thinking about how they're going to make it better. And it kind of shows, because what do we get this year? We got a bunch of reshells that nobody asked for, and then one new blaster. The Galactic Commander. Which, for all intents and purposes, is probably just a regulator, but I doubt it's going to be using the conveyor belt. It's probably going to use a standard pusher. So this could be like one of the first Nerf blasters that has select fire with a standard pusher. That could be cool. Update on the $17 sledge fire I mentioned in the previous stream. Someone got it before. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry. They're not that hard to get your hands on, though, EJ. Can't wait for the new xshot, Dart Zone, or Adventure Force blasters in a couple of months. Well, keep in mind, Adventure Force is a collaboration, like a conglomeration of like xshot. Actually, no, not xshot anymore. I guess it's just Buzzbee and Dart Zone. And Walmart does dictate like what blasters they want from the companies. Again, I haven't seen much from Buzzbee at all this year. I don't think I've seen anything. Double punch is good, Andy. I love the double punch. I wish we could have a pro double punch. That would be perfect. Hey, double punch pro nerfer. Speak of the devil. You're waiting for the xshot Pro Piston pump to show up online. It might be a little delayed. Usually that's how it works, but it is on store shelves in a lot of places. Walmart dictated the blasters one. Is kind of why we didn't get a re-release remake.
Let's rock.
That could be true. Mr. Munch once again with another $10 super chat. You are very financially irresponsible, Mr. Munch, but I'm sure YouTube takes that 30% cut of that. That being said, you didn't say anything in the chat. Did I miss something? Did you say something and I didn't read it? He said it depends. Okay. Well, you should be more active in the chat. Hello, beautiful egg roll. I still think the Sentinel is... That blaster still could work. I honestly wonder if, like, Alex Brands or something holds rights to it or something, that they can't make another lever action. The internals in the Easy Fire were basically identical. You didn't have anything to say? Well, that's fair, I guess. I know how that goes. That's all the hard thing about live streaming is that you gotta have something to say. When you run out of things to say and chat isn't giving you much to jump off of, it starts to like sink in, seep into your core. You're like, I don't know if I want to deal with that. The Brute Pro does look cool. I know I'm going to say a thing, and then it's going to be a thing pretty much as soon as it comes out. I don't know. I have a very specific kit I would want to design for the Brute Pro, and I think it has a chance to be done. I know other people, I mean, obviously it's going to be like a pump action kit, but I actually have something a little bit different that includes a pump action kit. So, I'm wondering how that's going to go. I'm actually kind of excited for it, but again, I'm somebody who, I still think like the Gecko was a really good idea for a blaster, and there were things I wanted with the Gecko that unfortunately didn't happen the way I wanted it to. So, I'm actually going to try to tackle doing things with the Brute Pro. I don't know if my design language is quite there yet. I've gotten some classes from Hawkeye. He's teaching me Fusion 360. I'm an idiot. It's gonna take a while. We'll get there. I do have somebody who is a good designer that offered like, hey, I know you're looking for a specific thing. I might be able to help you with that. That would involve me, you know, once I get done with my video, taking my Brute Pro and sending it across the country to somebody. Could be done. I would like to make some kind of thing, because I have a big feeling about it. If this blaster works the way I hope it does, I have a feeling that will be a kit that I want, and I could actually probably get it done even if I make it myself. So, my friend wants his 3D print to his first high-power Nerf blaster. Anything you would recommend? Depends on what exactly they're looking for, but my go-to right now is still the Smiley. Is out in the UK. Yeah, thanks for the update, Brute Blast. I think a lot. It's been out in like Australia for months apparently. So it's just held up in the US because of the tariff situation. So yeah. Buzzbee broke up with Alex Toys years ago. Like literally like 6-7 years ago. I remember emailing Alex Toys and asking them, hey, like, are you guys looking for anybody to do Buzzbee's next launch? And they were like, oh, we're not a part of, we're not working with them anymore. And you haven't seen their stuff on their package for a long time. Is the double punch able to be modded to fling half dart? Yes. It wouldn't be easy, but it can be done. Boxer Pro. Everybody really wants the Boxer Pro. I don't blame you. I'm hoping it sticks to that $50 LMG with a 7 dart per second. I think that'll be good. Where did you come up with your YouTube name? It's actually the name of an SMG from Guns the Duel. This is the highest level SMG in the game, and it was my favorite weapon. Ironically, in Guns, I don't like the shotguns, because shotguns were the only viable weapon, pretty much. Capcom to cut my video process down on and off 4 days, 5-minute video, although it's crazy, like 350 megabytes. What? My video exports at like 10, 15 gigs. You'll get better. That's the thing. It's like, I think I've gotten pretty fast with my video editing. My biggest issue, like, I'd rather just go back to Vegas. The problem with Vegas is that it crashes all the time. I've been through 3 different computers and a dozen different versions of Vegas in the past however many years I've been using it. Vegas crashes all the damn time, and I'm tired of it. I think I've had CapCut crash like once, but CapCut doesn't do the things that I wish it did that Vegas would do. What can an adult Nerf enjoyer do in order to play while living in a country where there are no arenas or events for it? It's friends. That's pretty much. I mean, even like bulletin board at the grocery store looking for people to Nerf with would probably get you a couple of people. If there's people, there's going to be people that want to fling foam. So that's probably the best. I mean, if you literally live in the middle of nowhere, pretty much any hobby that involves other people is probably going to be difficult for you. I will not be able to use the Brute Pro in my New York State due to my move to Texas soon. Well, it'll be there when you get settled in Texas, I'm sure. But again, for those of you that don't know, the piston pump, the motorized piston pump, the xshot AEB, is on store shelves at Targets for a lot of people on the East Coast and the middle of the US. So chances are if you have a Target near you, you might have it. It will most likely be better to check it tomorrow, because apparently a couple of Targets have said that they're going to be doing a big shelf restock tomorrow. It doesn't mean every Target will. just, that's a lot. I think Hawkeye went to a store and had somebody get one from a back room, or they offered to get it from the back room for him, and then he went up to the register and they wouldn't sell it, but I guess the date is tomorrow. I don't know why there'd be a second date, but apparently there is. So many YouTube videos complain about Vegas crashing since 20. I mean, it's been crashing for me since I started using it. How are the rats doing? They're fine. I torture them multiple times a day. They're very cute. We bought a big box of like those miniature milk bones, and you got to force them to come to you and actually eat it out of your hand. One of them is very skittish, one of them is mediocre skittish, and one of them is a really good rat. We haven't talked a whole lot about getting another litter of mischief after this one, but we might, because we have like a huge cage that could have like 30 rats in it, and we have 3. So we'll see. Do you think Nerf will ever stop being trashy? All they really need is just one good year of like, here's our pain problems, here's where we need to go to fix it. It's hard to be, I think, Nerf right now. Even if Nerf did a lot of things perfectly, I think the problem still exists that, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Most of you are probably older. I've noticed that a lot of my audience is apparently older, and a lot of my audience, when I go to events and stuff like that, most of the people I see at events are older people. And you might have a more level head, but I still feel like most people want velocity and accuracy over anything else. And before, that wasn't really an option, right? That wasn't really a thing. Like, we got Rival, and that was the best we got for a while. But now that you can get like a Nerf blaster that can actually hit somebody over 100 feet away pretty reliably, putting out stock, 80 FPS, 90 FPS Nerf blasters for kids, while they are for kids, is still a hard thing. Like, I'm sure there's arguably nothing wrong with the whatever thing Nerf puts out for kids, the or the Top Breaker version 3, whatever you want to call it. That's fine. It's $10. Walcom is made for kids, blah, 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 blah. But I can't really do a video on it because there's nothing to talk about, right? How do I talk about that product? And it's when they're just like, every blaster we're releasing is going to be an agility reshell, and then we're gonna have one top, or not, a strike back, or what is the top loader, top slide, target exclusive, the Shadow Storm. There's one Shadow Storm, and then there's the Galactic Commander. It's like the Galactic Commander's $50 for what will probably be an 80 FPS, 3 to 5 dart a second, maybe, select fire, mag-fed blaster. It's like, will it be fine for kids? Sure. But that's a lot of money for a lot of people, and if you're above 8 years old, it's almost like a deal breaker, because it's like you could go buy a super cheap, like, pump action, like a Brute Pro from Walmart, and get something that hits 120, 130 FPS. It's mag-fed. It does all the things you want a toy to do. And I don't recommend kids that young have these products, because they will most likely hurt themselves. It's no joke taking a dart that powerful to the face. But I also know that's not going to stop them. I played Grand Theft Auto when I was a kid. So, how many kids are playing Call of Duty and all the Call of Duty adjacent games and stuff like that, even though they're MA and stuff like that? It just doesn't work. And it's still a better alternative than a BB gun or something. So I kind of get it. It's just, it's hard to, like, justify that price sometime. And the answer, I guess I should maybe make a poll about it. Is it okay for us to equate the price of a blaster to its performance? Right? Should performance have a dollar amount tied to it? It's honestly an interesting thought, because, like, is the Galactic Commander, if it does everything right, but hits only 80 FPS, and it's going to cost $50, if it were to hit 150 FPS and be $50, like, what's better? Like, most of you'd be like, well, obviously more power equal more better, right? Well, that's not exactly fair, because it's not meant to be for the 14 and up age range. It's meant to be for kids. And it's not like I want to see all of the kid blasters go away. I think the biggest issue is that back in the day, you know, mid-20-teens and stuff like that, we could buy these stock Nerf blasters and modify them and make them better and make them fun for us. And now that's difficult to accomplish because Nerf makes their stuff as unfriendly as possible for people to modify. And that kind of kicked its off like really bad with Elite 2.0, right? So modding almost collapsed overnight. It's not, there are people like, yeah, I put in a stronger spring in my ward and now it hits 160 FPS with, you know, cut down, you know, re-glued whatever N-series darts, or I rebarreled it for Stefan's, like the, you know, half darts. Like, that's fair too, but it's not like, why would you do that when you could just go buy a Brute Pro, or you could go buy a Cricket Pro or something like that? It's lost its luster. It's a combination of, now we have all of these options, and also there's like, it's harder to do, right? And then the quality of Nerf has plummeted. The plastic quality is garbage. They make these blasters so difficult for people to modify that really only the most hardcore of hardcore will modify it. And if you don't already, like, sometimes mods can be cheap, but if you don't already have tools and access to materials and stuff like that, it could be very expensive. And if you have like a 3D printer, you can print off other people's stuff, but unless you have, you know, design knowledge and CAD knowledge, it's even more difficult. So is it appropriate to put a price on, I would just say, velocity? I'm not even going to say accuracy. Is it appropriate to put a price on velocity? Is that fair? And that's why I say I think it's kind of hard to beat Nerf right now, because most people, probably myself included, and I'm being a hypocrite on that, I try not to, but it's going to happen. Most people would be like, well, yeah, I want to spend, why would I spend $50 on a Nerf thing that hits 80 FPS when I can spend $7 on a Cricket Pro that hits 130? Why would I ever do that? And it's a difficult proposition. I'm gonna put that up as a thing. Let's see. I think I worded that correctly, but I'm not a very clever man, so we'll see what happens. So let me close that so I can read this. J. Alvarado with a $2 super chat. Why did you pick Nerf, not Airsoft? Legit question. Airsoft is super boring for me. Airsoft BBs are not fun projectiles to shoot. They are tiny. They are all shot. Every single Airsoft weapon that you pick all shoots the same projectile, unlike Nerf. And it just isn't fun because most of Airsoft and most of what people like with Airsoft is like the 3,000 mags, you know, 40 rounds per second or more, stuff like that. And then if you aren't doing that, your, you know, game whatever says no full auto, or it does something. They're always trying to skirt as close to that, even to the point where it's like, well, you have to have low cap mags and stuff like that, where it's like, oh, 90% of your magazine is empty plastic, and then you have the, you know, 50 round capacity for your weapon. And it's still kind of meaningless to me because then you can just rip out your bag, pull out your little pen, fill it full of, you know, fill it full in just a couple of squirts, put it back in and reload. All of that stuff isn't present in Nerf. The thrill of the inherent flaws of the foam projectile is what makes Nerf so captivating to play. And it makes it far more exciting because every tag means so much more compared to Airsoft, where it's like, it's really not a whole lot. And I feel like that's the biggest thing for me. I'm also not psychotic. I think you have to be a certain kind of person to willingly point a realistic analog for a firearm at another person and pull the trigger and not feel a sense of, wow, that's kind of messed up. Like, you have to be a huge Elfen Lied fan or something to be able to do something like that. I can't. I'm sorry. I'm just not that person. I realize they're toys and stuff like that, but you're literally like, I gotta get the most realistic blowback, all metal, more expensive than an actual AR-15, Airsoft AR-15, and take it to this place where I'm going to be as realistic as possible shooting at it. No, that's messed up in my opinion. I'm sorry. That's just how that's gonna go. And even the people are like, oh, well, use it as an analog for firearms. It's like, well, why don't you just go, you know, practice your firearm at range? It's like, well, then I can't point that at other people. It's like, well, obviously, it's a different thing. It's not the same. And I don't know. Nerf is more fun, I guess, is the most basic way I can put that out, Jay. If I wanted to do Airsoft, I could. If I even, like, it's not like Airsoft players are built much different than I am, to be perfectly honest. I've seen the videos. So it's just not very fun for me. Every aspect of Airsoft pretty much doesn't click with me. Do I have Airsoft? Yeah, I actually done video with Airsoft. But it's still, like, after a little while, it's just super boring. Honestly, the most surprising thing for me is, like, Airsoft isn't that much more long range than Nerf on the highest end. In fact, Airsoft really doesn't shoot as far as I expected Airsoft to shoot. It's kind of interesting. It's one of those things where it's like, if you've never done high impact Nerf, like high velocity Nerf, you wouldn't understand. But I guarantee you, if I were to grab, like, hand you, I mean, even if I were to go absolutely sicko mode and just hand you this thing, and you used it, you'd go, oh, okay, I get it. There is a visceral reaction when you fire a foam dart, a, you know, pretty nice 1 gram projectile or 1.3 gram projectile, you know, 150 feet. And it's just like, compared to an Airsoft, where it's like, you don't even feel it. It's nothing. You'll figure it out. So, let me check to see. I want to see the initial reactions to that because I closed the thing. People, about 60% of people right now say that price should be considered in the velocity, or velocity should be considered in the price, which is interesting. I actually don't think that making a blaster hit harder costs much more. In fact, it probably costs more to make it hit less hard at this point. It's very interesting. But that's why we leave it to a poll. We want to see how things go. Hey, Nicholas, nice to see you. Thanks for coming out. If it were truly Nerf or nothing, then you would have nothing. Nerf created this market, all you have forgotten your roots and turned your back to Hasbro needs the most. Disgusting. Hey, Evan, don't be a coward and leave immediately. Why don't we actually have a conversation on this? Because you're flat out wrong. You're just fanboying to fanboy. Like, or you're trolling. Like, you're a coward and you'll leave, and I know you will. But I want you to keep going, because everything you're saying right now is just a complete joke. Where nobody's abandoning Nerf. Nerf has abandoned us, and they abandoned us years ago. And I mean that as the people who are actual fans of Nerf. They ignored everything anybody have ever asked for years, and have done absolutely nothing. Every single move Hasbro has made in the last 5-7 years has been completely anti-consumer. There's no reason for N-Series to exist. It shouldn't exist. It only exists to line Hasbro's pockets in a desperate attempt to stay relevant when they have ignored their fans and completely sold out their brand to do nothing but licensed tie-ins. One of the biggest problems Hasbro has right now is that they spent 4 or 5 years making everything Fortnite, Roblox, and, you know, Minecraft and stuff like that. So all these kids that were in that tender age where they picked up those kinds of blasters, they don't know what Nerf was. They weren't around when Nerf made original designs that looked really cool and functioned awesome. They have the cheap Roblox copies that were the same ideas reshelled over and over again. And because of that, Nerf has no brand identity anymore. Nerf as a marketing giant completely evaporated itself, eclipsing its own brand with all these other brands for a quick buck. It was one of the worst things they could have done. And then, to try to fix that, all of a sudden they're completely forgetting all of this branded stuff they did, with the exception of Minecraft, I guess. And now they're just putting out garbage. Try to tell me in Nerf's 2025 lineup where Hasbro gave one single thought about what they were releasing. This is not even a joke. Like, if we look at what Nerf has coming out this year, almost every single thing is a derivative reshell. And it's not even done well. You have no reason to buy any of these blasters other than you want one because of the looks and whatever attachments. And the performance of these blasters are not better than what Nerf usually has. It's, I would argue, a tiny bit better with the N series darts compared to Elite, but compared to like AccuStrike, it's garbage. Nerf already fixed all this. Freaking Ultra was better when it came to accuracy than Nerf N series, and they just got rid of Ultra because I guess it was too expensive. We really took Ultra for granted, because even in the time during Nerf Elite 2.0, where all the blasters were like thin, creaky plastic leaf springs instead of actual springs, and you can't even pull these blasters apart because they're pinned together and glued together and clipped together, Nerf Ultra was still there for us. Nerf Ultra was the same exact, if not better, not design language, but manufacturing language that we always knew Nerf could do. And with that cut off, and with Rival gone, now all you have is N series, and it's a joke. It's horrible. Making a new dart type that does nothing different or better than your other darts, especially your does not make you, that's not innovation, Evan. That's not how this works. N series does literally nothing different, and it is worse in every way. Only reason that N series exists is because other companies can do Nerf better, and Nerf doesn't want to accept that. So, and then even if you make the argument, well, what about Mega XL and stuff? Okay, how many Mega XL blasters were there? How lovingly did Nerf support Mega XL? Where's Mega? How's Mega doing? How's Vortex? How's Hyper? These were all massive things released in just the last couple of years that are completely gone now. They just abandoned it. So they trick you into buying their new blasters and their new darts, and then they immediately cut support for them. So you wasted all of your money. And now if you bought all those blasters, now the dart refills are going to get rarer and rarer and more expensive. Hasbro isn't producing them anymore, and you're just SOL. It's dead. Meanwhile, you can buy a Nerf Elite blaster, Nerf Elite 2.0, you go Nerf Zombie Strike, all these other blasters, and you can still use them because thankfully their competitors still have the darts that those blasters would use on store shelves. And guess what? They're better than Nerf ever made them. So I say this with all due respect, your opinion is garbage. It is the most fanboyest of fanboyest things, and unless you have an actual point, you're just trolling. I don't know how else to say it. I don't know if you noticed, but there's a null at the end of new 2.0 dart equal better. Meanwhile, I would use the same dart. Okay, so you're literally just trolling. That's ban-worthy, I would say, because you don't have an argument or a defense. You're just trolling. That sucks. That's disappointing. We could have an actual discussion, but you decided not to, and that's disappointing. Because man, them nitro shot darts are pretty freaking good. That's an amazing dart design. Picked up a piston pump in my local Walmart this morning. The aisle was near empty, so it was like just the piston pump schmuck. Do you like micro shots? I have like virtually all of them. I should do a video on that because I'm only missing like 3 or 4, I think. Even if Evan was trolling, I still made my point, and it doesn't matter because the concept was still there to make the point. There is a guy, I don't want to put him out there. There's a guy that every single time I talk about an actual Nerf blaster says I want to find one of their comments. I haven't blocked them. I never delete their comments, and they just lay into me about my opinions on Hasbro toys, and it is the most insane thing you will ever read. I want to find the most recent one. It only pops up on the Nerf reviews. It doesn't pop up anywhere else. They've consistently been doing this for about a year. And I'm going to have to like change the words around or something. Because I know you guys will go out there. I don't want this person to get harassed or anything like that. They don't deserve it, but they do attack me personally for my opinions on a toy foam blaster. And that's ridiculous. I want to see if they might have got rid of it. Or maybe YouTube filtered it finally. There's a couple hundred comments on this video. And I doubt they're the only one, but the one that always pops up whenever I happen to check, when I'm sitting on the toilet and I check my YouTube comments. If I respond to your comment on YouTube, I'm probably on the toilet. And it's just the most insane, like, it has to be somebody trying to get a reaction out of me, like Evan. I want to see if I can find it. I've never shadow banned them, I never blocked them, I never reply because it's just not worth the effort because I think that's what they want. Let's see. I'm going down near the bottom of the list and I'm not seeing anything. Maybe they finally got YouTube destroyed. Oh, I found him. 3 weeks ago. 0 comments. The audacity. The audacity of this comment. Okay, for people like Walcom who are hard of thinking, the Nerf N1 darts do one thing the other darts don't. They only work in Nerf's own blasters. This may upset your sensibilities and anger you, but in the world where the grown-ups live, companies make products that have their own unique and patented ecosystem is a great way to stop other companies from taking business away from them. So in those 2 sentences, or 3 sentences, they have literally not said anything I haven't already said. But I ask you, chat, how does this affect you positively as a consumer? The answer is it doesn't. In no issue, like no realm right here, does Nerf making N1 darts that only work with their own blasters, and not even saying anything about the performance of the darts, sorry, just that Nerf makes its own blasters and their own darts, and these things only work with each other and nobody else. In the world of grown-ups, how does that affect you? Well, if you have Hasbro stock, you're probably hurting. Actually, I haven't checked Hasbro stock in a while. How's Hasbro doing? They're up almost 1% today. How are they doing 6 months? Actually, they're on the up and up. I would imagine that had a lot to do with, like, Magic the Gathering, the Final Fantasy releases and stuff like that. They're actually doing better right now than they ever have in the last year, but they're still a shadow of their former selves from, like, a couple of years ago. They've only just now reached the peaks they had in 2023. Which is good, but that also, like, stock is not just one. They could have, you know, they fired a whole bunch of people. A whole bunch of people lost their jobs because Hasbro sucks. And of course, when that happens, like, well, okay, we fired, you know, 2,000 people, and we can still print Magic the Gathering cards without them. So, stock price go up. That's just how that works. It has nothing to do with the quality of their products or anything. But as I could tell you, Hasbro has been hurt. Every aspect of theirs that isn't Magic the Gathering, people would argue Magic the Gathering is a shell of its former self, and like Beyblade has been hurting. They are not doing good. They have been thoroughly just booty blasted. Ever notice how car manufacturers use different components to each other? Do you complain about that too? Yes, literally everybody complains about that. I complain about it daily. There are so many things about cars that are absolutely stupid, and it's one of those like, well, what do you do about that? Really, you can't do anything unless all the car manufacturers come together at Stonehenge and throw their swords down and say, we will use the same parts and everything will be better, and our own innovations and designs will shine. But screw you, you now have to pay $1,400 for a new headlamp for your car because we got rid of the old ones. And also now you can't see anything at night. Because if you have an oncoming, newer car coming at you, you will be blind. That's just what we're going to do. As opposed to paying, $8 on a light bulb. That used to be the norm. For my own sensibilities, for instance, I have a 2017 Chevy Volt. I love my Volt. It's one of the best cars ever made. Eventually, that car's battery will fail. It will. It's just going to happen. Whether it's tomorrow or it's 10 years from now, I will not be able to use the battery in that car. It isn't a complete loss because the Volt is a hybrid, and it's the best hybrid because it has a full-on gasoline generator. The powertrain of the Volt is all electric, but it has a gasoline generator. And even just using gasoline, it still gets about 100 miles to the gallon almost sometimes. Most often it's like 60. But the generator can only output a total of 120 watts. That's not enough to push the car at a reasonable velocity or a reasonable speed uphill. And so there's things like mountain mode you have to turn on where it saves half the battery pack. So if you are switched over to gasoline, you're going up a mountain, you don't do it at 15, 20 miles per hour. You do it at full speed. So, yeah, cars suck. A lot of people hate how cars do things. It's also getting worse and worse because we keep getting all these new cars that do all these things, and none of them last long. And warranties are getting worse and worse. And it sucks. It really does suck. Like, cars are one of the worst. I hate cars. People are like, oh, cars have too much electronics. Cars have too much sensors. We can't fix them like we used to. And even then, when we could fix them, it's like, oh, they're engineered in ways that make it super difficult and dumb to try to fix. Or the parts are out of stock because the company didn't actually make it easy for us to get replacement parts and all this other stuff. So yes, cars suck. Everybody complains about it all the time, but it's falling on deaf ears because there's literally nothing you can do about it. As for plastic quality and strength, a grown man twisting the blaster like that isn't the same thing as kids playing with one. You're right, kids playing with one will be absolutely way harder on it than I will. You don't have kids, you've apparently never had toys as a kid, or you've never seen how kids work. Every single time I go to like Goodwill and I walk into the toy section, and there's a kid there, they will grab a toy out of the bin and just start slamming it against the ground and throw it. And they could be like 10 years old and they'll still be doing that. And mom will just be sitting there like, oh yeah, that's really cool. Break the crap out of that Batman toy, kid. Yeah, I'm the best. I'm a great parent. Oh, what am I gonna do? Yeah, keep breaking those and making it. I'm gonna walk, on the other side of the store for the next 20 minutes and leave you to your own devices because I'm a terrible parent, and just let you destroy and terrorize this toy aisle and use it as like daycare, because it doesn't matter. They're not gonna persecute me for any. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, kids are way harder on toys than I am. But notice the blaster didn't break or permanently deform. Well, it did permanently deform. It didn't break. They're right about that. I tried. Strangely, tall buildings are designed to sway in the wind. This is not a tall building. My Glock, you can make the argument that like when you watch firearms, like they do actually wiggle a little bit and stuff like that, because they do. But you don't really want to be able to like take a Glock and flex it in your hand. You don't want to take a Remington 800 and bend it and, oh, look at this. No, you'd be like, no. No, if it had an aluminum barrel and all that stuff, you're like, this is not good. This is terrible. I'm going to go buy the actual... There's a reason why there are standards for that kind of stuff. I wonder if there's a reason for that. Grown-ups have learned to make things very rigid isn't always a good thing. It worked fine for your Nerf for years. It literally did. It worked fine. Who is actually thinking that the old ones are, like, worse? This person actually thinks that N-Strike is worse than N-Series, because it's more rigid and had more features and was better in every way. They can crack and break rather than give. Who'd have thunk it? Why not have both? I mean, obviously, if kids aren't going to break it, why even have it to flex to begin with? Right? If kids aren't going to break it and only grown men are going to break it, why have it flex? Why not just have it rigid and nice in the hand? Instead of feeling like you're holding a dried sponge for a grip. And this is one. They always leave these paragraphs on every single one of my Nerf reviews. And I never respond to them. I don't want to put this person on blast, but they have to be like either a Hasbro employee venting or somebody with severe mental issues, because they're standing for a company that literally would kill Nerf overnight if it meant they could make another dollar. And honestly, look at where Nerf is at right now. They might just stop. Next year might be oh yeah, here's the Galactic Commander in green, and that's Nerf lineup for 2026. It could happen. The pads and rotors are still okay, getting close. Oh, okay. My GMC truck is 91K, original tires, original brakes. I can't play them on modern cars right now. I mean, it really depends on the car. Like I said, my 2017, okay, that's not fair. My 2017 was in the shop 3 times this year. Thankfully, all of it was covered by warranty, with the exception of my infotainment. That just died for no reason. I had to pay a $100 deductible on my, what do you call it? Not insurance, but my coverage to get that repaired, when it was like a $700 display unit that just died. Just one day turned on the car and it didn't work. But yeah, the funniest part about that with my car was they were like, oh yeah, no, you need this part for your car. They haven't made it. Chrysler hasn't made it in so long, or Chevy, whatever. That's not GM, is it? It might be GM. I think it's GM. They haven't made it, and we can't get them. We've had a Volt on the lot for the last 9 months. So you're probably going to go a long time without having your car fixed. To which I said, there's no way that's going to happen. The wife needs to be able to drive to work. So, and they amazingly, this will probably never happen to you. I was surprised it happened to me. They offered me I guess they liked me. They offered me a rental, and that was good because that put the force on them to get this part as soon as possible and fix my car. Because if they didn't, they would be paying for a rental for a very long time. I had the part within 3 weeks. Sorry, I'm a chatty little walrus in my mouth. Try not to be more disgusting than I am. If N1 is pointing new players to better performance with cheaper blasters, can be modded perform better because N1 is more expensive, can only fling darts that are high priced, and good on N1. Is it? So I will make the argument, or I will, if this is an argument being made, I will accept it, that N1 and NERF N series in general are probably the best value NERF has given in about 10 years. But this pack of darts, this 100 pack, is like 25 bucks. It's like 25 bucks. I can buy 100 darts. I can buy 200 darts from Walmart that are better than these in every way. I can pick that up for $9.99 at Walmart. 200, double the darts, and they're better in every way. N-Series darts are pretty garbo. They're also hard for Hasbro to make, I'm sure. It cannot be cheap to design something to make these little foam plugs. But compared to NERF Ultra, they are very good. Unfortunately, compared to NERF Ultra, the durability is what took a hit. These are not as resilient as NERF Ultra darts, and honestly, I would be bad enough to think the reason why they canned NERF Ultra is because the dart sales weren't there. And that was most likely because they weren't charging too much for the darts because they couldn't, and the darts were lasting too long so people weren't immediately replacing them. When Hasbro makes a blaster that jams and they can somehow tell you you're the problem and it ruins your darts, and then you have to go out and buy new darts because their blaster was poorly designed, they still make a ton of money. And I don't know if anybody's ever found this. I remember a while ago, there was an article where somebody had interviewed somebody at Hasbro, and they said that Hasbro makes their money on dart sales. They don't make their money off of the blasters. It was a selling razors to sell razor blade situation. But I would concede that these darts are still a better value than like Elite 2.0. Because I think Elite 2.0 is like, you can get like 75 darts for 15 bucks or something like that. Actually, it might be worse. And back in the day, like 75 NERF Elite darts would cost you about 25, 30 bucks. It was bad. It's always been terrible. And it never made any sense because they are not very expensive for them to make. And it wasn't until recently, I would honestly, you could probably blame Walmart for this, that those darts are so accessible and cheap now. I mean, obviously they're making money off them in some way. The companies are still around. Walmart is still ordering these products and selling them. So how much do those darts actually cost to make? And then the real question is, why does NERF keep designing them? Now, we know this is not the end. We know it's not the end because it says N1. We know there's going to be an N2 dart in the future, and it will probably be an AccuStrike type. Well, it'll probably be a frickin' Whistler dart. Do these whistle? I think they can in some degree. But, yeah, they're probably going to have an N2 dart that will fix a lot of the problems these have. They did it with Ultra. And that's the biggest sin of it all. Is they fixed it with Ultra and only released those darts for 2 blasters and then stopped. 3. I guess the amp, did the focus come with? Did the focus come with pinpoint darts or AccuStrike darts? I actually don't remember. The strike, the select, and the speed all had those, and I think those were the only ones. Bruh, 25 cents per dart is crazy. It's not crazy if the dart is durable. 25 cents per dart for, like, Boomco is almost okay. That's the main reason. So, like, I've actually figured out that at some point I was so traumatized by NERF Elite darts That's the reason why I love... that's the reason why I hate magazines, the reason why I love break action, and the reason why I loved Boomco, Vortex, and Rival. I mean, I didn't really like Rival because it couldn't be super accurate for single shots. It was always volume, accuracy through volume rather than accuracy through actual precision. Boomco, you can almost put a dart through a Cuisinart. And put the powder, mold it back into a dart and shoot it, and it would still be fine. I really need to find where my modded Boomco stuff went, because I want to actually show I've never shot Boomco, modded Boomco against my targets, and I've never done a range test. But modded Boomco, I think, could almost clear the range that I currently use with an angle. That's probably the biggest thing, is there has to be in an angle. Flat, I actually wonder. It's been so long since I've fired modded Boomco. And that was the thing, is if you were there from 2015 to 2018, before, you could easily get 3D printed blasters and stuff. Even then, my Boomco pistol would hold up at least velocity and accuracy wise against a caliber. At least the early ones. Then now that you can get easy, we had worker darts come in, and then of course off the shelf darts, there really wasn't room for Boomco anymore. And Boomco was already long gone before that, I would say. New players are guided towards better brands than seasoned players because they see other brands in the events around classic. I get it. Okay. I think that I'm hoping that Hasbro tries. Do I think N Series is a lost cause? No. I do think there's another whole section of this, and I'd have to talk to other people about, but I believe that NERF has never actually solidified its production line. Is that the way I would put it? I've heard it was mostly from Blasterface. I haven't seen Blasterface in a while, but they were saying, because they worked for GameFace Prime with them, that NERF licenses a lot of its designs, and I'm not entirely sure how that works, but they said that, and because of them licensing their designs, that's why we see the same 2 or 3 mechanisms, and then when they do make a good mechanism, we rarely see it improved upon, right? And so it's every single time Hasbro does something cool, it has flaws that could be better, and there's also the economy of scale. If they only implemented it in one blaster, ever, then of course it's going to be super expensive for them. But if they could reiterate that and redo that blaster over and over, it would eventually become perfect, if not way better than anything else. But I guess they don't do that? That's the weird... And if you think about it, yeah, it's what happened? I don't even know if you could say a lot of these blasters were just straight up failures, like the Infinus. Was the Infinus a straight up failure? It was one of the coolest foam dart blasters ever made. And if they were to put a little bit of effort and made a Pro Infinus, if that thing was $200, I would still buy the hell out of it, as long as it just was slightly better. If it was 150 FPS, 5 to 7 dart per second, which none of these things is hard to do, and they increase the speed on the loading mechanism by 50% to where you can't easily oversample it. If I can oversample it by hand to where it can't load as fast as I can push a dart in by hand, that's a problem. I don't expect to have oh, my mag is empty, better take out my dart tube and put it up against the butthole of the Infinus and try to shuck 18 darts into the feeding system at once and expect that to... I don't expect that. That's ludicrous. But I should be able to grab a dart and just go chink, chink, and get that to work. And you can't. The Infinus is ever so slightly too slow. Apparently, if you replace that motor, the one that drives that gear chain, with a Honey Badger or something like that, and you overvolt the loading mech to 6 volts, you can overcome that. I have never experienced it. I've only heard this secondhand. But again, where's the Infinus? Where's the freaking Chrono Barrel? Is one of the coolest products Hasbro has ever made. It's definitely flawed, but it is so cool. And they never, if they can produce the Chrono Barrel as a standalone product for $15 MSRP, Why was that tech never purposely built into a blaster? Apparently they didn't own the rights to do that. Like, that's the only explanation. Because it would be cheaper to, well, maybe not cheaper, but even like, you take the Rapid Strike, you build the chrono barrel into it, and move the screen dart thing back, and you just build a blaster with that in it, that would sell. The chrono barrel looks cool. It functions as a dart counter. It is rad. It's not perfect, but it is awesome. The Night Tech scope. Anybody remember the Modulus Night Tech scope? What the hell was that thing even actually called? NERF Modulus Night scope? What was it called? The Day-Night Zoom Scope. Okay, dumb name. You can still buy it for $40 off Amazon, by the way. Do I recommend it? Eh, not really. It was pretty expensive when it came out. I don't remember the exact price. What was the MSRP? 50 bucks. That's too much. Was it cool? Yes. Yes, it was. It was very cool. But potentially that could have also been used. And then you're like, okay, well, where's the Regulator Infinis with the chrono barrel and the night scope built into it, sold for $200? Hasbro's not estranged to selling, you know, stupid expensive limited things. The Prometheus, the Terra Scout, all those like super expensive, even the Cam ECS, like they're not new. I don't know how many of those products were successes for Hasbro, but they have done it. All the Nerf limited stuff, like they could produce this blaster, and they didn't. And then what do they keep doing? They keep doing the Revolver and the Strife. And that's all they're doing. Like, they must have only, oh, I got the ward where here's just make 50 wards, because that's what they're doing. It seems like what Blasterface was saying is true. That they, like, don't own the rights to these products, and they're licensing them from independent people. But it's like, it doesn't make any sense. And then you, like, the other thing is like, okay, so somebody just said, random QR code says, I forgot how awesome the Prometheus was. Why was there nothing else that ran off the Prometheus battery? They could have. What about the battery that they used for, like, that's actually a funny story. People remember the Rival battery? Remember how that worked with, like, what? You got the Hera, the Nemesis, what else? There wasn't very many Nerf Blast. Chaos. Those three. I think those might have been the only three that battery worked off of. What's funnier is I think there's more Dart Zone blasters that battery works off of, because Dart Zone designed the the Excel and the well, definitely the Quantum and the Excel, but I think there was another one in there where it's like they made those work with the Nerf battery. And what happened? The Nerf battery disappeared, and that whole design was changed for almost no reason. They could have kept that same design, and they didn't. And I honestly feel like Nerf, whoever runs that, is like the pettiest. They're more petty than me. They hate innovation. They hate competition. They want to do the absolute minimum and rule the world because of it. Well, thank you very much for the birthday wishes, Zero. The Rival battery was good in my opinion, but it needed to work with the N-Strike to be really good. I mean, it could have. There's no reason why it didn't, other than Hasbro. But then, like, look at, like, the battery that was made for the Mythic. The Gelfire Mythic. Where's that? That could have been used for a bunch of other stuff. What about the Perseus battery? What is the purpose, Hasbro, of making these batteries that only ever work with the one product? Why? It's wasteful. There is no reason why you couldn't make that work with multiple products other than sheer laziness, stupidity, or greed. There is none. You cannot convince me. The Perseus battery, if they made 1 million of them, wouldn't cost Hasbro as much as they should have. Over time, the Perseus battery could have been in every single frickin' full auto blaster, and I bet you they wouldn't be that expensive. The Perseus might have been the last truly perfect Nerf blaster. I don't think there's a single person in this chat right now that would say the Perseus was anything close to being bad, and even mediocre. The Perseus was the best thing Hasbro has pretty much ever made. Is it my favorite? Hell no. I think the Double Punch is my favorite Nerf blaster. But the Percy's, holy crap. I have my sensor button it's all the way over there. It's not plugged in, so I'm screwed. But you get it. Like, I mean, I have mine. Let me grab it. Oh, my pants. Oh, this is always dangerous. And it's probably full of spiders. It's been a very long time since I have... Here's my personal Percy's, and I don't think... It actually might have the standard rival battery in it. Let's find out. It might also be empty, and I'm screwed because my battery is somewhere else. Nope, it's actually the rival battery. I do have it modified to take an XT60. I hate the Nemesis. I really do like the Percy's. And it's... I would, if I had to field rival, I don't know if I would use this over Prometheus. I think the Prometheus is better. But, dude, this thing has not been charged since I did the video. 7 years ago, probably. And it still works. This battery should have been the Nerf standard. I don't think anybody would say this isn't enough. No, it's gone. They also could have made a battery exactly like this. That is the battery that was on, like, the Mythic. Like, have one of these with a LiPo in it with the balance charging, like, just like they did. That would have been fine. No, they don't. They refuse. They keep screwing it up for all of us. And I'm tired of Hasbro's crap. I don't remember how this goes back in. This? How does this go back in? Oh no. Yeah, it has to go in like that. Ah, there we go. Alright. Yeah, really awesome. Super cool blaster. That still works. There was a round in there. And yet Hasbro can't do anything like this anymore. I'm not, an engineer, obviously. I'm not a marketing analyst. I'm not a materials professor. I'm not a, manufacturing expert. I just know that if they made more of those and they dedicated the time to do that, over time, that battery would get cheaper. And it could be in every single Hasbro product. Also, Hasbro, crazy thought, if your competition designs their product to use your battery, you will sell more of your battery. I know, insane thought. Nerf used to be amazing, right? I don't know why anybody would sell, oh yeah, modern Nerf, like Nerf for the last 3 years has been killing it. It's so much better than old. Nobody, even the stupid mother effer that we just read the comment by, that is clearly the biggest Nerf fan, even the other guy that said that, oh, you're dumb because N-Series is the best. Not a single one of those people could say, oh, no, NERF Elite blew the crap out of it. NERF Rival's the best. I don't know why Nerf saw that. Yeah, they're dumb. They're so dumb. Nobody would go like, oh, yeah, I love N-Series is the best Nerf has ever been. You can't tell that to me with a straight face. It just doesn't happen. Thank you, Nuke Bomb. I mean, I don't like the Nemesis Trey Morgo. I don't like it. I know there are lots of people that do, and I'm not going to fault you for that one. For some reason, I looked at the Nemesis and I went, ew, gross. The Nail-Biter is a good one, Furnace. Holy crap, the Nail-Biter is a good one. Even the battery pack for the Chaos Nemesis Hera. Okay, I think those were the 3s. Was still an improvement for additional. Was it 7.6 volt nickel metal hydride? I'm almost certain it was. I think I can look it up on the Nerf Wiki. Rival battery. I have a bunch of them. I have a couple in package too. I want to save them for posterity. Let's see if we can find the Nerf battery. Dude, do not tell me. Okay, there it is. I'm like, where is it on the frickin' wiki? 7.2 volts, which is less than 9 volts one we get from 6D batteries. It supports more current and thus increases the blaster performance. Interesting. It is a nickel metal hydride battery. That's what I thought. So yeah, like, Nerf has... Like, and then, like, that's just like, Mega shouldn't have died. They could have done a lot more with Mega magazines. They could have done so much more with Mega. Where the hell, how the heck does Hasbro make Mega and not go like, dudes, you know what we should do? John Hasbro, you know what we should do? Mega barrel break. Mega and strike barrel break. Even if that was a $50 blaster, people would have bought the crap out of it. Homely has been a member for 80 months. As long as I have had membership, Homely has never missed it. And I give him nothing for it other than the dart next to his name. And this, every month he gets this one thing where he gets to do, man, 80 months, man, the time flies. I know. How many years even is that? We've known each other for a very long time. The Quantum and the Excel. I don't know if it's compatible with anything else. Velocity, but wait, that's... No, that is a different blaster, isn't it? Is the Excel... No, the Excel and the Velocity is the same. And it's funny, because as soon as that happened, Hasbro was like, okay, we're not using that battery anymore. We're going to make a whole new battery. It's like, go screw yourself, Hasbro. There has to be something... That's the other thing. Right? Why is break action so rare of a mechanism? What? It has to be something so dumb. I don't think there's an actual law. I think Hasbro's just being wankers. I can't think of another. There has to be a reason. It's not... Because, like, think about Ensers, right? This is the perfect dart for all of your break action Nerf needs. And yet, Rival never had break action, and Nerf N Series has the top breaker, which is an actual break action. You could break the front barrel off, and the blaster would actually work better. Why did we not see that, even though these are designed... Like, actually, it doesn't make any sense, because my only thought would be like, oh, well, they're worried about kids getting their fingers or their skin flaps or something stuck in their... We can't have little fat Nerf kids getting their belly rolls stuck in their Nerf blasters when they're closing them accidentally. That's a hazard. But then you make the top breaker, which was already break action. So it doesn't make any sense. It actually does not make sense to me why this mechanism does not exist in Hasbro. If they made a bone standard, double barrel break action N-Series blaster, I guarantee you it will at least be a 7 out of 10. But the monkey paw just went... And it's like, okay, yeah, I'm screwed. Because it's going to happen. It's going to be awful. He was stuck in blaster, please advise. Wouldn't be the first time. Yeah, schmuck with the where's my Nerf super shotgun. Again, okay, if you're gonna make all of these, like, okay, we're gonna do the Destiny, we're gonna do the Halo, we're gonna do Aliens, we're gonna do Travis Scott. Like, if you're gonna do Nerf Limited, how was the super shotgun from Doom not applicable to that? I know, like, in my head, it's like, because Doom, I'm almost certain every Doom game is rated M, right? Every actual Doom game is rated M. Alien had the cartoon, but they didn't advertise it as, like, the weapon from the cartoon. They advertised it as the one from the movie. The movie is not for kids. If a 7-year-old watched that movie, you were probably irreparably, I can't even say it. You were changed forever if you saw that as a kid. I know the eye stabbing scene from Die Hard really messed me up as a kid. I think it was Die Hard 2 or 3. I don't remember. I just know that scene. I walked in at the wrong time of that movie. that is not for kids, and they did it. So why didn't they do like the super shotgun? Like, talk about leaving money on the table. There is no chance that they couldn't get the rights for it. And they didn't do it? Like, what is the thought process here? Travis Scott, yeah, it's back there, but there's a Fortnite ARL that's Travis Scott themed. I don't know anything about it. There's no way, right? Like, Fallout even? Like, Fallout's rated M, but a lot of Fallout is not mature. It's glorified the most, you know, immature stuff I can think of most of the time. Like, people are like, oh, Borderlands. Like, yeah, I agree, Borderlands. Borderlands is full of a lot of stuff that isn't for kids. I would argue you could make Borderlands a rated teen game easy, but, like, I just don't get it. I don't understand why the obvious slam dunks. I like, you'd have to get somebody from Hasbro in here to be like, oh yeah, no, we tried, we couldn't. Like, what do you mean? You mean to tell me Bethesda wouldn't want more money? That ZeniMax wouldn't want more easy money? Then again, how much merch for those things are there, and who has the toy rights to it? It's kind of wild. And I just don't understand why Nerf has dropped the ball so hard. And even when it comes to, like, somebody brought it up earlier, and I'm sorry I'm talking a whole lot, I'm trying to entertain people rather than just answer comments all day. The halftone hero, right? The Nerf halftone. I actually turned down samples from Hasbro. They offered me the new 6-shooter, the halftone hero, and another blaster I didn't care about. And I told them, I appreciate the offer, but I'm really busy right now. I don't think I can fit these into my schedule. It's more content, right, Walcom? Yeah, but it's going to be really hard for me to do a video, especially when Hasbro sent it to me, if I knew I was going to hate it so much. The halftone hero is one of those blasters where it's just so unapologetically bad that you cannot justify it. It doesn't work even remotely close to the gun from the game. It's not even in the same ballpark. They missed, it might as well be from a different game, and they're just like, screw it. Give them the Fortnite, put the logo on the side of it, and give them a skin in the video game, and we're done. That's it. That's great. We've got it. Because it's like a hammer action double barrel, but the double barrel, the whole front of the blaster is completely worthless, and really it's a 4-shot or 6-shot. Getting a phone call, I don't know why.
Every single time.
So I can't hear myself talk right now.
And
I'm gonna take off my headphones. I'm not answering a phone call in the middle of this. But it's ridiculous. Why am I getting a phone call at 6:30 at night? It's ridiculous that this blaster exists in the way it does. Because it isn't from the game, but it has the Fortnite logo on it. But it doesn't even mimic the one. It's like a 4-shot or 6-shot smart AR hammer action when it's supposed to be a double-barreled shotgun.
It doesn't. It can't. Don't even
Why?
box this blaster. I don't think this is a good blaster.
Why did that happen?
Used it, but it was way too expensive for what it is.
Wait.
It's not even like an appropriate
Now I'm
blaster.
hearing myself.
Worn meteor darts that
I think it just started.
My
Okay.
cleanup box.
There we go. I got rid of it. Okay, I fixed it. Why the heck did I get a phone call? Who the heck calls me on a Saturday night? I don't know who you are. I'm sorry. I'm not answering that. Ridiculous. It was when I put my headphones back on, I hit the play button, and it started the video that I paused earlier. The one where I was reading that comment. Like, Nerf Limited's gone as far as we can tell. Nerf Limited was always also really bad. They'd announce it like 16 to 18 months ahead of time. That's the other thing. Why is Hasbro's design and manufacturing seemingly so much slower than every other company. I'm not trying to be mean. If anything, it comes out of sheer love for the company, that I want them to do better. Like, realistically, is anything I'm saying wrong? Like, I'm not just being mean to be like, oh, Nerf sucks, because no, I'm like, I legitimately wish Nerf was better. And it's not. It's horrible. Hasbro outsourcing design. That's what it seems like, Furnace. I don't get Hasbro. I don't understand why they have gone down this path and why they are so bad now. What is it that is failing? Like, where is the hiccup? I mean, they have the numbers, we don't. For all we know, NERF N Series was a massive success. But if NERF N Series was a massive success, why does the NERF N Series releases this year composed of like 5 or 6 blasters total? And they're almost all derivatives of the designs we got last year. Another Nerf loadout. I literally still have the tab open when I checked earlier. Sort by newest arrivals. There is no, as far as I can tell, there is no new Nerf loadout yet. They had the Arctic Zero or something show up, and it was never actually for sale. It said currently unavailable or temporarily out of stock, and then they just pulled it from the website because I still have it in my cart. I have known people because when I made... See, this is the thing, right? So when I opened up the Infinite, and I was like, why are there holes in the plunger tube? That is so stupid. Why does that exist? You're literally just wasting potential energy. I'm not very smart, obviously. One of the people I know that worked at Hasbro was in a group chat that I don't think they realized I was in. That wasn't with other Hasbro employees, just other Nerfers in the community. And they were talking smack about me. About how stupid I was, that I didn't understand that the holes in the plunger tube were to accelerate the plunger faster, but also make less noise. That was the justification. Okay, I would have never thought of that, to be perfectly honest. I don't know of a single designer or even really any other product besides maybe the Hasbro stuff that somebody has done that. A big thing with Nerf, especially with N Series, is noise. Because apparently Nerf Elite could rupture kids' eardrums and make them go deaf. Now, that thing, it hasn't given me tinnitus yet, but it is very close to it. It is so unbelievably loud. That's right, I still have to shoot it next to my stupid, sound decibel thing, because I guarantee you it probably peaks at like 100 something. It's stupid, because it's so uncomfortable. But apparently, like, that's why none of the N Series blasters has slam fire, because it makes too much noise. I'm amazed that's a problem. And yet, that's the justification we were given. And it's so weird to me that Hasbro is so, won't anyone think of the kids? Won't somebody think of the children? The reason why we make our darts so inaccurate is because kids don't want to actually be able to shoot at their friend 20 feet away and reliably hit them with a foam dart. In fact, we actively discourage Nerfers from shooting foam darts at other people because it goes against our core values at Hasbro. Thus, we make our blasters so inaccurate and so unusable, and everything else is worse than pretty much we could ever put out because those are our core values. We're trying to protect you, and we're trying to protect your kids. That is Hasbro's mission. You don't know what you want. We know what you want. Thank you. That's the only justification I could really give this entire. It really does seem like Hasbro did that. The blasters still say do not point at people or animals. Right? Does it still... Do they still say that? Nowhere on this does it say... It does say keep away from pets.
Let's
It does
rock.
say choking hazard. Oh my god, Vulcan, what the hell are you doing? Your videos never fail to cheer me up. Thanks again for being here on YouTube. Your work, all of this is valued. I appreciate it. Eternally grateful for everything this channel's done for me and looking forward to continuing to watch it grow. You didn't have to pay money to send me that message, Vulcan. I really do appreciate it. As opposed to all the things that the NERF subreddit says about me and makes me want to never make videos ever again. That kind of stuff, honestly, is huge, and I do appreciate it. It does get to me. The reason why I do these live streams isn't to make money, because Lord knows they usually don't. The reason why I do these live streams is because I want to make sure that I have a connection to you guys, as opposed to being some mythical figure that you don't know anything about. I can color your opinions based off my edited thing, and that goes against a lot. Like, most people tell me not to live stream because it's bad. But I feel like it's a value to you guys that I do these live streams, even when I'm not feeling like doing it. Even when something horrible happens and I still have to get on camera and I can't tell you guys about it, and I still have to go push forward, and maybe I'm having a bad day. And, NERF subreddit takes that out of context and doesn't provide any freaking, proof. They just take what I say completely out of context and then use it against me forever. And then every single time somebody says, oh, I like Walcom, and they're sort of saying, oh, he's the most evil person imaginable. It's taxing and it's boring and it's awful. And I genuinely think people like that are so full of hate, and they're the worst part of this community by far. And most of them could disappear from it and it would be a far better place. And that's sad to say, because I used to be one of the biggest proponents for this community. And after having been stepped on and chewed on and all of the things that have happened during my journey, it sucks. And when I see comments like that, again, I wish you wouldn't have put money for it. I'm sorry if I ignored your comment earlier. When I see comment like that, it's a lot. It means a lot to me. Because I have to be in this position now where it's like, I have to ignore the community to do what I need to do. And if you guys have questions about something I've said or done, I am the most reachable content creator, I would feel. The only thing I don't have open is, like, you can't really easily send me a DM on, Discord. Why? Because I don't want weird people adding me and sending me this. The same thing is, like, there are people who send me messages on, Instagram and stuff like that. I've almost had to stop accepting them because I'll answer a simple question from somebody, and then it turns into they are going to send me 500 messages a day. And you're like, oh, that never, no, it's happened like 24 times to where I have to make the whole general folder in Instagram and kind of just ignore it because it gets abused. But I have my email in places. I usually read my Discord, and you can tag me in it. If you have a question or concern about something I've done and you want to call me out on it, I am more than welcome to answer you. There's sometimes, if it's drama, I can't really comment on it, but I can try to send you in the right way. I wish, most of the Reddit would do that, but Reddit wouldn't be Reddit if it wasn't terrible, so. The eternal curse of having strong opinions and posting regularly. Okay, posting regularly, that's garbage, because I haven't posted regularly in months now. That will get fixed, I promise. My life has been very complicated. Say something that pisses everyone off. I honestly do not trust any reviewer that doesn't ever criticize anything, and that's like my biggest problem with most of our community, is that I know I'm not getting a package from Hasbro. If they want to be above board, they'll send me one. I have no problem, even with the new NERF stuff, it's like, I have no problem being excited and then being absolutely freaking, to the point where I wouldn't even finish the review on the pinpoint, because the pinpoint was, in my opinion, not great. I know a lot of you love that blaster, that's fine, but mine didn't work very well. And I just, like, I didn't feel like doing the video. Like, it wasn't fun. It's not fun. Coop was like, he didn't want to review stuff anymore because he was tired of how bad Nerf had been. It's like, you guys think I love trashing Hasbro. I had somebody who commented the same comment on like 24 of my videos about how much of a hypocrite I am when I don't think they understand the meaning of that word, because I always dunk on Nerf because I get more views that way. When if you go back to like the last time I really loved a Nerf blaster, which was probably the double dealer or the double punch, and I got like 400,000 views on that video and I unapologetically love that blaster. I don't think like my angriest video, like maybe you could say that with like the Fortnite shotgun or the Ward or something like that. Those got a lot of views too. But like I could just break every Nerf blaster. I'm gonna break a lot of them this summer, I'm telling you that. But I'm not making more money off Hasbro sucking, and I don't want Hasbro to fail because I need the work. I need more of you to be excited for foam flinging and go out there and, you know, maybe you do watch all those reviews and stuff like that. And I have a problem with like a lot of people in this community. It's like they do videos and they just love everything and everything's great. And oh, they'd find a link down in the description below. They're afraid to have any kind of opinions whatsoever because they don't want to hurt anyone. When in reality, it's like, I don't want to hurt somebody. I just want to let you know this thing is really bad and I'm really passionate about it and I want you to do better. And nobody else is going to do it, so screw it. I am. The entire start of my channel was because I was good and sick of, I think it was like drag. I think everybody had a really negative opinion on the Diatron. And I thought it was a fantastic blaster. And that's when I knew something was wrong. That's one of the reasons why I don't watch other reviews most of the time, unless I already have my video out on it. Because it's good to have opinions. It's going to be like, it's good to have your opinions. And if something is wrong and people call it out for being wrong, I feel like that is lost in translation now. That doesn't happen very often. A lot of the smaller channels do it pretty good because they don't have mistakes. But a lot of the older channels, I feel like, are really compromised. If I get the Brute Pro and it sucks, I will call it out. I've told, you know, on video multiple times that Hasbro products are terrible and they need to fix them. That's not me trying to ruin. Why would I torpedo any kind of future relationship with Hasbro? Unless I strongly felt that was what I needed to do. If I wasn't sticking to what I felt had to be done, I would just lie to your face like a bunch of other content creators have. And yet, for some reason, I'm the content creator that lies. I don't get it. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. Like, so many people are calling me hypocritical and I lie and I purposely just like, no, most of the time, if I don't do a video on something, it's because it just wasn't that interesting to me and I couldn't get a video. And I don't want to put out a blase, it's okay. It sucks. I try to legitimately do my best. And I'm not afraid of this thing. I'm not afraid of saying that this was the worst video I've ever done. The worst. I almost, like, when it works, it's not even that good. Like, and I say that from a stance of, like, you have to haul this thing around, you fire, like, after 3 or 4 times, Solinus can verify this. After, like, a dozen shots, you're like, okay, I've had enough. Because it's legitimately frightening. And the reason why this is one of the worst is because the catch failed on this thing 3 times. Do you have any idea how terrifying it is when a normal blaster and the catch stops working? When you prime it back and all of a sudden it flies forward. When it has 58 kgs of spring load in it and a plunger tube thicker than my neck and the catch fails, it is legitimately fearful. And I almost gave up completely. At the 3rd point when my ABS catch started failing, I literally messaged Evan and I was like, I'm done. I'm washing my hands of this. I don't know what the problem is. I don't care what the problem is. There's something wrong with this and I cannot deal with it anymore. I have wasted 100-something hours on this project and I'm done. I've taken the thing apart dozens of times. I've tried different lubricants. I've tried different materials. I've tried every print setting I can think of. I cannot get this thing to work. You know what the problem was the entire time? The threaded rod that connects to the trigger was actuating my catch it was like that much, I'm not even joking, that much of travel was enough to stop my catch from fully seating. It was being half set. So the tops of the catch were rounding off because it was supposed to catch down here, not here. And that tiny little gap, because my trigger was kind of pre-compressed and I couldn't tell, was causing it to fail over and over and over again, to the point where obviously the catch was not designed to work like that. The catch was meant to go all the way down and lock behind the thing. I couldn't figure that out. And I had bottomed out the threaded rod. There might just be like a piece of material or something in there where the threaded rod was supposed to go into my trigger. I don't know. But I bottomed out. I had to just shave down the outside of the threaded rod, put it back in, and it worked fine. And it's crazy to me that I'm not gonna sugarcoat the blaster. It is the coolest damn thing. And there's nobody out there that needs one. And if you're gonna build one, thankfully there will be like a build video soon. And I'm also gonna say straight up, like, should you spend $700 in a pre-built one? No. You absolutely should just build it yourself. Because I think if you build it yourself, it's like less than half the price. Not even including shipping. Shipping for that thing is gonna be nuts. As a build, it's not that bad. But I lost it. When that third catch, that ABS catch failed, I lost it. I was done. I was so upset. I was inconsolable. It was the worst. And there's not a single blaster, like if a blaster just doesn't work, and you could say all day long, Walcom's terrible at building blasters, he's an idiot, blah, blah, blah. That's fine, that's fair, that should be the norm. I should be the lowest common denominator for this stuff. I want to be the barometer of entry for this kind of stuff. I have said multiple times, if I can do it, you can do it. I am nothing special. I am a fat 35-year-old man-child. If I can do it, you can do it. And that thing broke me. It was the worst. Was it worth it? Yeah, it blows up beer. I don't have another blaster that can do that. Actually, arguably, it'd be probably easier to do that with a half dart with a hard tip. These are not inflexible, but they are pretty hard. I think it's fun. I'm not going to sit here and say everybody needs to go out and get this one. I think that the Ranger or even the Moose is a better use than this. But look at it. Just look how huge it is. Look at the beer it punched open, the glass it shattered, the bunny it destroyed. The poor, poor drone. It's something special. Do you still have a Warden? I actually do have a Warden now, thanks to Solonese. I actually didn't have one. I still want to get one in package. Have I fixed your engine? I talked to the creator. They're going to redo some stuff. They did send me the part to fix mine, but they are also like, I'm just going to do some changes. Hopefully they, from what it sounds like, they're going to make it a little bit more powerful and stuff. I'm kind of hoping, because it's like, it only hit like 80 FPS, and like that's fine for a lot of people, but I think they were selling it for like $160, like a complete build, and that's fair. I thought it was gonna be like a my hair is annoying the crap out of me today. I thought it was gonna be like a thing they were gonna release, and they don't want to, and that's fair. They can do that. I almost actively agree they shouldn't, because that mechanism, the way that blaster works, is actually really good, and somebody could just rip that off and make their own blaster. There's people that do it all the time within our hobby, and then they add your name to some GitHub somewhere that you'll never see, and then they pretend they own the thing that you designed. But my goodness, is it like the best trigger of any of these revolvers I've ever seen. Way, way better than like the Magpie I've used. I think the Magpie looks cooler, and I like my top break Magpie, but it is so much more usable, and I think it'll be a popular blaster. I am a little disappointed that it wouldn't be a full release thing, because I want to see what other people will do with it, but my goodness. What do you think will be a reasonable price for Nexus Pro? Ask me in a couple of days, because I got my Nexus Pro out, because I'm going to open it and do a video. I have a sealed Nexus Pro, circa summer 2020, and I want to do a video, like, here's the Nexus Pro 5 years later. I honestly, I wouldn't probably pay more than like $10 for one, but we'll see. Just because it's not broken, it's not edible. Are you talking about the chocolate bunny I destroyed? Can we see your carbine awaken fire? Do I have a dart around here? Son of a... Pick it open, take the dirt, put the dart... Oh, that one's very misshapen. That's why I like break action. Still fired really good. I love it. It's good. I have to finish the video on this really soon. I'm like 95% done. That thing's just been consuming my life. xshot long shot versus Mauler. Right now, if you can get a Mauler for $12, $15, it'll be one of the best blasters you can get. I don't care how bad the grip on the Mauler is. If you can get one for under $20, it will be your best blaster. That is, it literally will hit 250 FPS out of the box. And the ability to change like where the plunger rod catches so you can hit different velocity caps with one blaster is worth so much money. Is it better than the Awakened one? It hits harder and it has better design language in a lot of places. The little inserts and stuff in the brake action, the brass inserts that help it align better and stuff like that is really good. I love this blaster. I hate the fact this one specifically does not have any kind of tactical rail on it. I really wish there was a pick rail so I could put an optic on it, because always using the iron sights is a little bit difficult. When it comes to fun, I think that the pistol is more fun, but this is so much easier to use. So, like, these ones, like, you don't have the stock to brace against, so it's like, you have to crack it open, you have to fish out a dart, and, like, it's kind of awkward. But you can do this. This is, that's really fun. Oh, that dart's even worse. Well, that one shouldn't fire. It will. I don't know. I think they're different blasters for different people, but I'm willing to bet that this version will have a pistol version. Let's grab the shots there. I know what I like, Solanus. Don't shame me for it. I have not shot a blaster with the Greg. I don't really think it will do much. Does that make sense? There's no way this is gonna have. Then again, I didn't think it would shatter. Oh, this is one of my fun darts. Because I have some. I miscut some darts. Actually, no. I figured out that it was easier to have the bare foam, so I can glue the head on, as opposed to ripping these heads off. So I have a lot of these, like, you know, tiny darts. But crap, I actually just forgot what I was talking about. Oh, I don't think it'll actually damage a blaster. Maybe something like Buzzbee of that thinner, brittle plastic, it might shatter it. But yeah. I don't have a Talon Claw. I do, actually, an old one. A Sita, I do have a Sita that kind of works. I don't know if I'm going to go that in-depth. I think it was more of like, here's what it is, here's how it stacks up to modern things. That was my main thing. Like, I wanted to do, like, here's the blaster, open it up, show you what it is if you didn't know, here's the problems with it, here's how it stacks up, and here's the legacy it left behind. I don't know, these are... Is that a full one? It's over there. I'm not getting up. It's probably like 1/3. Honestly, this will probably be useful in some kind of projectile, so I've kept them. I've got a few. Carbon version of the grain rain. So, crap, so since my grain rain is still over at the thing, if you just want a single shot, it would almost just say get the grain rain, because I think it's like almost half the price, not quite. The difference is like, the grain rain feels awful to reload. Everything else about the grain rain is fine, but it feels awful to reload. This feels great. Like, to be fair, I don't think I was able to do better with this than the grain rain. Solanese was here. We did a lot of just firing off camera. I think the grain rain was still more accurate. As insane as that sounds. Now, we're talking a very minute difference, but it did feel like the grain rain was better. It's also like 30, 40 FPS lower. It was the C330. As far as I know, the O-ring is fine now. I got new O-rings. I got them with my Awaken. Let me see if this still holds its seal. We fired this a lot too, hence the... It's gotten a little bit weaker. It still has a little bit of it. It's most of the seal. Yeah, there's a reason why I have this hanging over here too. I love this blaster. The Gucci Jolt is like, once I hand it to you and you fire it, you'll go, oh, it's so nice. It's so, so nice. Is it worth it? Of course not. But it's so nice. Because I can't blame the O-rings going bad on, like, the blaster. It was probably something I did, which is why I didn't mention it. I did, however, tell the people selling it that they need to include spare O-rings. And the fact that they sent me all of the O-rings tells me they went through with that, because they probably got a whole bunch of these, and they'll just include spare O-rings with the blaster. It's really only the 3 little O-rings is all you need. And, yeah, I don't, like, why would you not, like, just... It could be something I did wrong. I lubed the crap out of that. Maybe my lube didn't like the O-rings. Now I don't have to worry. Like, I didn't go like, oh, it's gonna fail and break on you. With the gold lever action, because that also failed for me, I'm fairly certain that was me. Because I used a lubricant in it that probably wasn't good for it. I didn't use that lubricant in that one, but I did use, like, different lube, and I don't think it liked it. I have bad luck with springers, man. As you can't tell, I have bad luck with springers. But it's fine now. I fixed it. All I needed was new O-rings, and I also told... Because it cost some pennies to just include, like, a handful of extra O-rings. Have you ever played Outer Wilds? I want to. I haven't. What's my favorite blaster? Official Nerf, it's the double punch. Of off-the-shelf blasters, what would be my favorite? Cricket Pro is up there. I really like the Cricket Pro. Venom Pro. If I had to choose one of the pump actions, I'd probably still go with the Striker 2.0. It's not something I think about all that often. I don't really choose favorites. The Awaken is definitely, like I said, this is so close to being perfect for me. I think if they could do the similar, it's like you can see it is predominantly bigger, more draw, everything. I don't know if this would work as a pistol, but if it could, it might be. That being said, it's a really lightweight, snappy blaster, so it wouldn't be that difficult to use this one-handed and just use the stock as an extra point of contact. But I wouldn't want to spin this one. It is considerably heavier than this. The grip and stuff on this just works perfectly for me. I really, really like this blaster. I didn't like the Grain Rain more than I liked this. But the Grain Rain, it's just easier to use, I guess. It is far more accurate than what I can do with this. And this is already really accurate. Should make a video about 3D printed parts for Nerf guns. That's an interesting comment. I do, very often. Videos don't just happen like magic, though. I have to have enough content to make a video, and I have to be passionate about it. If I'm gonna do a 3D printed thing, I might do that Desperado kit. The Outlaw video didn't do very good, but I still kind of want to print out the Desperado kit and try it. I have no idea what that is, Andy. At Cricut Pro is about, I think it's like $9, it's like $8.79 or something at Walmart now. It's still worth it. I don't think the G4 liked the lubricant. It was the lubricant that came with it, and it was like, even when I picked it up, it looked like it had floaties in it, and I just shook it up a lot, and it looked like it was fine. But when I put it in the plunger tube and I wiped it, there were like clear chunks. And then after that, it never worked right ever again. And it was the lube that came with the blaster. And ever since then, it has never had a seal. Which is just saying. Because it's expensive and I love it and I can't use it. AK blaster mod under new arrivals. I have too many things I want. Interesting. Is that 3D printed? Yep. That's actually not even that expensive. Interesting. It looks like a... It looks a lot like a CJFL, like a slab, but pump action. It doesn't look that bad, to be perfectly honest. I'm sure the shipping is just way too much. I wish they also just sold hardware kits. Interesting drum, though. It looks pretty good. 35 round drum that actually looks like the best short dart drum I have seen yet. My initial reaction is this also doesn't seem like this blaster takes a B-car. Maybe it does. It doesn't look like it.
When I roll up and do it like.
Oh, I hate that. Let me look at this really quick, chat. The drum looks good. It really doesn't look like it takes a B-car. Is this made by the same company that made the bolt action I took a look at? Because it looks very similar. Thunderbolt? I got one of those, Noah, and I never opened it. Now I don't want to open it. Nerf Car 98. I've had 2 people offer to send it to me, and neither of them ever showed up. Would you recommend 2 Desperados or Aeon Pro? They're different blasters for different things. You could do all 3 if you wanted to. You going to do any vids on Lidl stuff? I might. They're kind of hard to get like a full solid video out on. The AGM Mastech shotgun, and I own the rifle from the company. It works so well, it takes half darts too. Dude, they have been jerking me around for 3 months on sending me the bolt action rifle. They told me it would be shipped out back in April. Then they ignored me for 2.5 months and then oh, it's going to be out July 6th. It is the end of July and I still don't have it. Classic sent in one of their blasters I'll take a look at here. But I am absolutely gobsmacked that they have told me, like, they can't send me. I see other YouTubers doing videos on their stuff all the time. I don't know why they're jerking me around. And my only stipulation was, like, if you send it to me, like, I just get to say whatever I want about it, unless you want to pay me for an overview video. How many old 18-round drums? I have a couple. Pre-orders for blasters are probably not the best. That did kind of follow. But Siren didn't have like a distribution network yet for their stuff. That's kind of why they offered pre-orders. They didn't like take your money until the blaster was going to ship and stuff like that. It did seem like they were trying to do some last minute changes though, because I heard some people had issues with their maulers. Some didn't, some did. Apparently there was like just a thing that like at the factory they didn't clip the turnaround together properly. Some people are like, oh, I'm not getting like 110 FPS, Walcom's a liar. And then other people are like, if I open up my blaster and this was unhooked, I just clipped it together, it works fine. Mine, really good. Grab it right now if I knew exactly where it was. I also have like 3 or 4, and now that I think about it, they sent me like 3 or 4 extra ones. My goodness, 200, I think, yeah, 280 FPS out of that thing. The fact that it couldn't take a B car, that was pretty disappointing. The xshot AEB can hit 250 FPS. I'm sure it could. It got pretty close to that already. Sounds like he already got his hands on one then. I was going to send him mine, but I didn't have the money to ship it out. Are any 3 of the Siren's blasters game worthy? Absolutely. I don't know. Your mileage is going to vary with the Mauler. I think the Mauler needs some TLC. For the right person, it's the perfect thing. I think the Gnarl is great as a sidearm pistol. Not a sidearm, but as a swap pistol, like a secondary, it's good. The Blink is perfect. Like, the only thing people complain about with the Blink is the noise. That's a plus for many people. The Blink does pretty much everything right. Even the price, $90 for what the Blink offered was really good. You're not gonna, I don't think you can find a blaster. LiPo, built-in charger, adjustable velocity, adjustable rate of fire. For what, $90? That was MSRP, like manufacturer's adjusted retail price. And I think after that, like, people were finding them for 50, 60. Now they're like 20 bucks in some targets. They're 70% off. That you can't find a blaster. It's like the best off-the-shelf flywheeler you could buy. And the fact that it hits like, what, 180? At like a really good rate of fire? Like, why would you even buy and mod a Strife? You could do everything with that. The only issue, again, people are like, oh, it's too noisy. I mean, it's a flywheeler. That's what they do. Gnarl performance is fine. It's the Ergo. If you have small hands, it's great. Have you busted open the Brute Pro yet? I don't have it. According to shipping, it'll be here Tuesday, which I'm really hoping it shows up Tuesday. Unfortunately, it's shipping via FedEx, so let's just assume it won't be here Tuesday. It's FedEx. Wednesday, I go in for dental work, and the problem with that is that might mean I won't be able to talk for half a week, if not longer. So I'm really hoping that I get it Tuesday. Mr. Tactical Super Chat, $2 first name game today. I had a blast. How's your day? It's been busy. Yeah, it seems like most Targets, it's not online. In store, most Targets have them at a 70% off right now. So you can get one for like 27 bucks. Have you shot a Dan's pistol? I haven't. It does look pretty cool. I don't know how long the large grip is, and I don't know if I'll ever get one, to be honest. I have seen it, though. It does look really cool. Seems like right up my alley. I just don't really have a need to spend, you know, the money on one. I guess the hardware kit isn't too bad, but... It's a belt-fed mod outlaw field worthy. I haven't ran around with one. but from what my testing, it worked good. You got to really loosen up those chains. A lot of people came back to me saying, oh, it doesn't work at all. Mine doesn't rotate. I said it in the video. I took grease, lube, in between every single link, and I just like ran the links in my hands for quite some time to make sure mine was very loosey-goosey. Because if it's not loosey-goosey, it will not work properly. How well that works running and sprinting around, I couldn't say. That's going to be a problem with LMGs. They're kind of not meant to do that. Belt feds are kind of not meant to run around and stuff like that. So, I don't know. What is my rarest blaster? It's either the Buzzbee pistol that was a clip tech but not. The what do you call that one? The combiner clip tech that I have, which was apparently never released, but released in a small place somewhere on the other side of the pond. Or it's my that slingshot thing, the Nerf one that, like, I think there's like 4 people know of. I mean, in my video, it was fine, but I'm also not running around outside and actively using it. I'm just pot shooting with it. Adventure for Sportsman is up there. There's at least a couple thousand sportsmen out there. We can verify that much. It is rare. I quantify rare as like being able to find the blaster when you want to purchase it. That's a weird thing. It's like, I can go, I guarantee you, if I go to eBay right now, I can find a 1995 Nerf Kenner crossbow. Nerf crossbow. Yep, there's multiples of them. Right? So, that is like one of those things where it's like, yes, it's rare, but I can almost always buy one when I want one. There are many times that is not the case, and those are the things that are truly rare. For a lot of stuff, like the Slingfire DX400 or whatever, the reason why those are so rare is because not only is it rare, like rare, but on top of that, there is no anything on the blaster that tells you what it is. There could be a lot of them out there, and it's just sold as a Nerf blaster slingshot thing. And unless you know, wow, that's a, really rare blaster, you'll just think, oh, it's a Nerf slingshot thing. Because the name isn't printed on it, there's really not a whole lot of ways you could tell what it is. Now, that I've done a video, there's, somebody can Google Lens it and finds out what it is, and they'll find my video where I say it's extremely rare. But, yeah. Same thing, like I have a bungee blaster. Very rare. If I type in Nerf bungee blaster, you probably can't find it. Yeah, there's no like writing on it to tell you what it is or anything. It's just a rare piece of plastic that even if you had one, you probably wouldn't know what it is. That's a problem. That's a problem that we haven't really found a solution for. So, a lot of the times where it's like, if I want a Buzzbee triple mech, that says triple mech on the side of it. But yeah, when I want one, I can't find one. That's a rare blaster. Now, how much is it worth? How many people want to get their hands on a Buzzbee triple mech? And how much are they willing to pay? There are rare things that are worthless. There are worthless things that are rare and worth stuff. Like, it's weird how that works. I would love a Buzzbee triple mech. I do not own one. I have multiple Buzzbee, the pistols now, the top-loading pistols. I have like 3 or 4 of them. Mustang 6s. I have one in box. You can't really see it, but trust me, it's back there. I have a Mustang 6 in the package. Apparently, there's a different color of Mustang 6 I've only ever seen once. But even just the Mustang 6, I have multiple blasters now. $75 a good deal with the Blink. I would try to find cheaper because I know you can find them cheaper right now. Oh, thank you, J-Ro. My ego needed that. Mr. Tactical, you keep asking if something's Target exclusive. What are you asking if Target is exclusive? I don't know what you're asking. Are old things easy to mod? They can be. Most old, like, springers work the same way. Air Warrior Sentinel and package still? I do have one. There is one down there. I might have moved it to the shelves, but I do have one. I think the only Sentinel I have right now is in package. I think it was green. It might have been a different color. The normal one is yellow and blue, but I think I saw one picture somebody had one of a different color. Light commands are pretty rare. I don't know if I have one. The Titan. I've seen the Titan, which is the non-light up light command. And every single time I found one at like Goodwill, they're like $25 and I refuse to pay that. And they're also usually in bad condition. I don't actually own a Titan. I assume those are pretty rare. I don't know what a Nerfle is. It's the Mammoth Grake isn't going to be too loud on camera. It is too loud, like, to the person using it. Do you have the exact number of blasters you own? No. It's unquantifiable. If I had a team of 10 people that want to grab every single bin and haul it outside, go into the field and take out every single blaster and lay it on the field, and then count each one, it's probably thousands. I have filmed everything but the talkie bits. Do you have a Bonsai XXL? I have the blue one. I don't have the red one. But I do have a blue one. Doesn't really work. The catch doesn't quite work. It's a shame. I heard they're not that hard to fix, but it's not really something I'm going to open up and fix. I have one. That's enough for me. Nerfles are collectible figures made out of Nerf foam. I've never heard of that, I don't think. Sounds awful. Buzzbee Mayhem Mania. I don't think I've ever heard of that. Buzzbee Mayhem Mania? Oh, isn't Buzzbee Mayhem the new series? Yeah, there's a new series Buzzbee has apparently coming out. We don't know anything about it, as far as I know. Oh, here's the... Oh, yeah, we saw these pictures from online, and they all look AI generated. And to be quite honest, they all look boring as hell. Like, really boring. Judging by the pictures we can find, if you go to buzzbeetoys.com/mayhem-5, they've got the Ruin, which is a Tech 3, the Ruin 2X, which is 2 Tech 3s. You've got the Mania, which is, what do we call it? A Tech 6? Is it Tech 6 or Tech 8? It might be a Tech 8. We've got the Skewer, which is the taffy thing. Just the same blaster, just now released outside of just Dollar General. You've got the Mayhem, which looks awful, but has a drum. Looks like a 20-round drum, maybe? 15-round? It's hard to say. And then you've got the Power Surge Mayhem, which is a 30-dart drum automatic blaster. They all look awful. The grips, arguably, finally look, but the rest of the blast... You can see what I mean? Like, the blasters are fine. If Buzzbee wanted to pay me, I could do a video on every single dart blaster in the line in like 15 minutes. And there's nothing objectively wrong with them. It is not a series that I could do an individual review on each blaster, because every single thing I see here is derivative. That doesn't mean it's bad, it means it's boring. Buzzbee is not taking risks. The biggest risk is probably the Skewer. And I'm sure that's a great blaster. Except for whatever the Mayhem Outrage looks like, it has the worst foregrip. That actually looks like a Marital Aid. That's not a joke. I'm not even trying. The foregrip, the pump grip on the Outrage looks like a marital aid. That looks awful. The ergos on everything, like, Buzzbee lacks a distinct design language, and it's very clear they don't know what the hell they're doing. They, like, the power surge is no different than any other Buzzbee full auto thing they've done. It does say automatic, so I assume it's full auto. It might not be. Is there another one? No, that's the end. The problem is, like, it just looks like a, you know, not the Mustang. You know what I'm talking about, the Buzzbee Tommy 20. It looks like that, but more of a shoulder rifle than those. Yeah, the Air Warriors compound bow is actually rad as hell. More of that. That'd be cool. But yeah, these blasters just look... Not only do they have the terrible AI pictures. I don't know what the hell they were thinking. But if these product shots are legit, they all look so uninspired and boring. They're playing it completely safe, which is fine. If that's what you want, it's fine. I'm not excited for them. And that's been Buzzbee for a while. The skewer, like, that's legitimately cool. I probably should have done a video on the one I have. I can't remember what literally, it's over there. Like, I can see it from here, I just can't see the package. It's fine. There's nothing wrong. It just wasn't very exciting. I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer. It's super cool that Taffy got, like, his own design, you know, sold by a company. Like, that's cool. Like, that's really cool. Power to him. It's just not really, like, the skewer might be the coolest thing Buzzbee has made in a long time. Yeah, it looks like, I think the one the kid holding, I mean, the grip is like 3 feet long. He's loading the darts in wrong. There's random greebles that don't make any, it's terrible. That shouldn't even be on their way. I don't know what the hell they're thinking. Like, that is so terrible to have on your website. That does not make me excited for your product. It tries to look like... I mean, actually, it's not that far off from their Power Surge picture. It is way different, but it's not that far off. Bows are cool. I would love to have more Nerf bows that are actually good. I would do a whole Nerf bow game of just bows. You can use the Stratocast. You can use the Dude Perfect bow. Like, that would be super fun. You can't convince me it wouldn't be. Or just finding a kid to give him a blaster. Maybe the blasters physically don't exist and they can't find them. I don't know. Did you go to Jared's Epic Blaster Battle? If so, did you enjoy it? I was sent an invitation. And I replied back with a very, very simple, short message. I asked, is Danny invited? Machine Gun Danny. He was at a lot of the other ones, but he's never been to a Dallas one. He's never been invited. I asked that and I got completely ignored. So a week later, I said a follow-up. I said, I guess not. No response. Jared refused. So he sent me an invite with clearly no reason, like, thought process that he was actually going to follow through. He just sent it to me to be a dick, I guess? I don't know. Don't really care. That was the last blaster battle. We'll never have to worry about Jared ever again. That was incredibly, like, I'm not professional. I never claimed to be professional. That guy is the, like, picture of professionalism, and he can't even give me, like, oh, no, he's not invited. Fair enough. I just wanted to know if he was invited. I waited to see if Danny would get an invite. Didn't. I asked him, like, hey, have you heard anything from Jared? And I was like, no, not since he finally paid me back after 2 years, because he refused to pay Danny back his flight stuff for, like, 2 years. And yeah, that's ridiculous. I'm pissed. It's whatever. We all know what happened. There was people there that didn't want Danny there, and they accidentally invited me when there were people there that didn't want me there. And it's a shame that we have a community now that can you know, wiggle their way into everything and tell other people, hey, don't deal with this guy. He's this, and this, when it's all lies. I've been having to deal with that for years now, and it's really, really bad. But that's our hobby. And you'll notice that all of those people conglomerate together, and they're at the top of the hobby, and they push everybody else down. It's kind of funny how that works. It's really funny. But that's our community now, and it's disappointing, and it will probably never be fixed, because who's gonna pay attention to me? Who's gonna care? But yeah, I thought it was I was disappointed that I couldn't at least just get a, no, Danny's not invited. And you aren't either. Go screw yourself, Walcom, bye. Didn't mean to send you an invite. Instead of just ignoring me. That's just not fair. Yeah, it breaks my heart, though. My son has one signed blaster signed by Walcom and Jared from Jeb Indy. I wasn't going to go to Jeb Indy. Do you know why? Because Jeb AT&T Stadium, or not AT&T, the SoFi Stadium one, the one in LA. Jared invited me on stage by insulting me, and also I specifically was gonna go to that one, and I paid for my wife's ticket to fly her out too. After asking Jared, he said yes. I paid for it. It wasn't like Jared was paying extra besides maybe meals, but I wanted her there because she never gets to leave and go anywhere, and I'm always going to places. So we went to the AT&T one because he said in the email inviting me that we were gonna go to Disney. I get the ticket. I did everything. I told Jared, hey, I'll be there, you know, Thursday at like 3. That was like the earliest time. Yeah, I never went to Disney. In fact, Jared did literally nothing. Because he said, oh, don't worry. Like, we're at Disney right now. We'll have dinner tomorrow. Like, tomorrow's going to be a packed day. So, like, we just went to the hotel and we're like, okay, well, now we have to pay for our own dinner at the hotel. And we had to get to the hotel and all that kind of stuff. Fun fact, when you travel to a hotel and you don't have a car or anything, especially around LA, you're like 3 miles from any business that sells food. The hotel had a diner. It was not only outrageously expensive, it was not good. Though it was really low quality, bad food. I think they wanted $25. We spent $52 on 2 burritos, and they were worse burritos than I would make at home. They were terrible. Not even saying like they just like, oh, I don't have the palate for these exquisite. No, they were terrible burritos. And so we had that when we got to the hotel because there was nothing. Then I had to Uber Eats food, which we had Panda Express because who travels, from home to eat the same food they could find at home. And then the next day, his team was too tired from Disney to do anything. So I'll see you for dinner tonight. So after that, and then getting insulted to go on stage, here's the guy who's always hurting himself. Walk. I was like, what the hell are you even talking about? Even Danny went like when I got on stage and Danny was there, it's like Danny went like, dude, what the f is Jared doing? I just like, dude, I don't know. Then we did the event. The events are hard. And went back to their hotel room and everything like that, and that's it. We're done. We went out to, thankfully, it was actually Sophie that Friday before the event. Sophie was like, dude, let's do like a bar crawl in Santa Monica. So we met up with Sophie and her wife, and we drank a lot all day. We made our own fun. Danny went to an Lakers game. And then we met up for dinner, and then we went back, and then, Sunday morning, it's like, okay, we have to buy breakfast, and then Sunday afternoon, we go to the event, we stand there for several hours outside the event, then we couldn't get into the event, that was annoying, and then I got insulted on stage, and so after when I got home, I was like, so we spent a whole bunch of money, and we didn't really get a whole lot out of it, we didn't do the things that we were promised, and I told Jared, immediately after, dude, I don't think I can do indie. And Jared was very, very manipulating and controlling, telling me all this stuff about how he was very angry at me, and he convinced me to go to Indy because nobody else would go. I flew into Indy. I had to be on a plane. I was in airports and through for 16 hours because of delays. I was stuck for, I think it was 8 hours in Michigan, I think it was. And I flew in that night, took an Uber, $100 Uber. I had dinner. Granted, Jared paid for dinner. It was a wonderful dinner, by the way. Absolutely. I've never eaten better food in my life. Then went to the hotel. And then the next day, I stayed in the hotel until I had to go to the stadium. Did the stadium thing. I was the only YouTuber who went there. Then I went home to the hotel. And then at 5 o'clock in the morning, so I got like 3-4 hours of sleep, I flew out of Indy and came back home. And there's really not a whole lot you could like, oh yeah, Walcom, that was super worth it. I had fun at the event. It was very chill because there weren't as many people there, but it's like that was a lot of stress for 1 3-hour event that I'm not paid for or anything. And that was like where I was like, I think I'm done. And I then went to Georgia a week later, and that got ruined for completely different reasons, but Danny made it great. Danny and I had the best date ever. Danny and I had a lovely romantic walk around the Georgia, the Atlanta, what do you call it? Aquarium. And that was wonderful. We had a great time. I didn't know that you could go to the Atlanta Aquarium and you could buy beer, and I don't know if we were supposed to walk around, but I bought Danny and I a beer, and we just walked around, and they have a tank, an aquarium tank that has a flippin' whale in it. That was great. And then when we were going to the actual event at the stadium, we got caught in a Juneteenth rally, which is not cool. That was very stressful for us. Trying to get to the stadium around all the parade and everything like that was really, really, really not cool. And it was also stupidly hot. And then we got to the stadium, and we had a good time there, but it was kind of ruined by a certain someone that kind of ruined it for everybody, in my opinion. And again, like, I think we got back and we ordered pizza and had pizza, and then I think Sophie, Danny, and I went to a bar. That was fun. Sophie's always a great time. And then flew home. The next, didn't even get to do anything. It's like, well, what can you do? That's the experience. And I was kind of done after that. That was like my experience of the year. And then I was offered to go to the Dallas one, and I said no, because there was somebody there that I couldn't be around. And then the next year it was the same thing. I was offered to go to a Dallas one. I was like, I don't think I can be around this person. They are antagonistic towards me, to say the very least. I don't think I can be around them because I don't feel safe at these events around these people. And he didn't care. He was like, cool, screw you, bye. And then I don't even know why he invited me this year, because that person was still going, and I guess he never planned on even giving me the chance to go, because I asked a simple question and was told no. And that sucks. It's one thing to oh, hey, didn't mean to invite you, I know you weren't going to go, or even give the chance to say, hey, no, it's cool, I'll go. It's fine. I asked a simple question if somebody was going to be there, and they weren't. Even though he's been to several other events in other cities, for some reason he's just not allowed at the Dallas one for some crazy reason. And I was told that he could never repay me. Could never repay me for being the only one of all of the people he's invited. The only one, and he had to really tighten the screws to get me to go to the indie one. Because it's not that I don't love you guys, it's that we're talking 16 hours stuck in, my flights was delayed and all that kind of stuff. I'm running on absolute empty because travel's stressful, whether you want it or not. And you can't really, I tried to actually look for a place I could take a nap at the Michigan airport. There wasn't one. I really needed to take a nap. I was exhausted. And I have to take a bunch of Dramamine because I get car sick, or, sick. For all that, for a dinner, and then going to a show where I have to run around and be hyper and all that kind of stuff. And then, literally 4 hours later, I had a really good pizza delivered, too. I forgot about that. I had really good pizza when I was in Indiana. I had to pay for it. I don't remember wrong. It wasn't a place too far from it. But it's I'm always spending a lot of money, and I'm not really getting... it's not making me money. You know what I mean? And I don't have a lot of it. It was stressful, and it kind of sucks. It kind of sucked. And it just really, it was like, oh, I could never repay you for a thing, and I guess that just means I'm not gonna, because screw you, you're awful. It's like, okay, well, good for me. When I did the shout out, I think that's the thing that upset me the most. When I did the Jared, hey, I'm gonna be at Jared's Epic Blaster Battle for the Moab video, it was because I couldn't find a sponsor, and I had a feeling that video would do good, and I didn't ask Jared, I didn't tell him I was doing it. It's like, hey, you know, I might as well do this, right? I might as well give him a shout out, try to help him out. And I did that before I knew exactly what was going to happen that summer. And it was a mistake. And it was something that was completely like, oh, it doesn't matter, Walcom. I don't need you to give me a shout out on your video that has over 1 million views. And 38% of people, I think, watched that, you know, minute and a half long thing. You got to think even 1% of them went to those events. That's still quite a few people. I don't know. It really did feel like I got the short end of the stick every single time. And you know, I hate to say it, but it's like, I don't have to worry about it anymore. It's gone. I don't have to deal with it. I know, the thing that I think upsets me the most is I know how many people, especially this year, how many comments and Instagram messages, even a couple of emails, people were like, hey, are you going? I really want to see you there. And I got people who were sending me, like, dude, it's not the same without you and stuff like that. I don't know. I didn't even get a chance. I literally didn't. I got the email and I replied to it and got no reply back. I even sent a follow-up. Didn't get a reply back. It's like the least they could do is say, no, he's not going. And it's because Danny's a good friend of mine. I'm not throwing anybody under the bus, but Danny is like the most fun person to be around at those events because he just loves to like be himself. That guy is way too much fun. I would go to the ends of the earth for that guy. He's just so much fun. You won't know until you know. He was absolutely, I think, the best guest that Jared had ever had at any of his events. And it's also like, Danny wipes the floor with all of us, okay? Danny gets more views in a day than I get in a year. He gets more views in a day than like every other content creator combined. It's ridiculous. I don't know why you would snub that guy. Everybody knows. He's also been doing this for like, since like 2009? Everybody knows who Danny is. He's crazy to just snuff that guy. I don't get it. I didn't hear back from it, Vesic. I saw Harvest in there. Yeah, the breakfast. The breakfast was pretty good, but it was also just like standard like omelet breakfast and waffle breakfast. And I think it was still like $20 a person. I did have there was somebody who reached out to me to do some kind of thing in New York this summer, but they haven't got back. I don't think that's gonna happen anymore. Otherwise, it's like, yeah, I'm just gonna be here. Once I hopefully get everything settled, I have to try to get everything finalized. This video's way overdue. The fact that Bamboo hasn't told me to like just stop is amazing to me. I have to try to get everything settled before Wednesday. That's why I'm hoping the Brute Pro comes in Tuesday night, because then I can just get it done, get it out, because I don't think I'm going to be doing much Wednesday. And it's like, God, yeah, next week is packed, too, because it's like, I got a dental appointment, the wife has a doctor's appointment, and then there's like a barbecue we have to go to with the family. It's like, it's going to be very, very busy. Harvest makes better rice. She does make a fantastic breakfast. There's a reason why I don't make breakfast. She makes it perfect. I don't hear Solinus talking about how great my meat was, though. What is the Brute Pro gonna be? It's the magazine-fed Slamfire pistol. Dude, I don't know where the guy who always, I don't remember the exact way he said it. He said it in a way that wasn't flattering. Which is like, it's only slightly worse than the fact when he would invite me on stage and he's like, here's, you know, PDK Films, the biggest YouTuber ever, he's the best, everybody loves you, Sophie, she's the biggest TikTok, blah, blah, here's Walcom. It's like, you can't say a single, if you were at, like, the other Jareds, you know that's how he did it a couple of times for, like, 2 or 3 years. It's like, oh, cool, I exist? How did the pork shoulder turn out? I don't know, Solinus. You told him. Give him the official review. I thought it was fantastic. Actually, Proctophile, I don't think he's here in the chat, but he also had it. We invited him over. I invited Z2, but they were pretty drained. I don't want to deal with a bunch of people. It's like, I get it. It's okay. It sucks because I was so excited because I'm like, oh, this is going to be so good. You know, when another man compliments your meat, you're doing something good. I could have done better. It was my first pork shoulder, and I wasn't expecting when I opened the package to get 2 pork shoulders. For some reason, Costco like cut it in half, but it worked. Are we not using phrasing anymore? Phrasing? Brute Pro needs a pump kit. It'll probably not be long until it gets one. I needed that time to decompress. Also, I slept like 3 hours total. It was on sale right after Easter. Now it's late July. I can feel the animosity. I can feel the negative Nen coming off that comment right there. She was always like, can I eat the bunny? Or can you shoot the bunny? Can we do something with the chocolate bunny? I still have like 3 or 4 other chocolate bunnies. Oh yeah, speaking of, I printed this out earlier because I can. That was fun. I just need to print them face down so I can get that texture on the front. But, oh, it's so cool. How about complimenting another man's shoulder? It's all the problem of me going to Texas multiple times and trying really good barbecue and knowing I'll never get anything close to that around here, so I might as well make whatever I can. You want a pistol grip with a lever action? That sounds awful, Spicy Ice. Jolly, there's so many ways to print that out. You don't even have to worry. There's so many different ways to print those out. Have you bought the H2D yet? I don't think I would ever get one. I've heard too many issues. I might wait. If I ever even thought about getting one, I would wait. I did see the Sharp 92 being $9. That's way better than the $30 they wanted when it came out. That's for sure. $30 for that is ridiculous. As a promo video, there's definitely a quick string. Yeah, I did talk about that earlier in the stream. I checked it just before I went live, and it did have a new video that showed like the whole internals. And yeah, it's a quick swap. I don't know why. It's weird to me. I mean, why not? If they can, they should. That just means every single time you find a Brute Pro at Goodwill, it's going to be missing the cap and the spring and the plunger rod probably. But I mean, it's cool that it has it, but why? Like, how hard or do they need to just like lower the velocity? I'm not sure. We'll find out. I wonder if they have like a 200 FPS spring for that. Pistol grip on a lever action is a cardinal sin. Yeah, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me to have that. If they want to do a $50 95 crossbow re-release, even a $60, I think that would work. I think if they did the same shell, modern Nerf material, I say modern, Elite, Nerf N-Strike Elite shell quality, because the plastic on the crossbow is pretty bad. But otherwise, same arrows, maybe even the same darts. That's the other thing that really like bothers me. It's like, Is it better that they went new Mega for the Sharp 92? Is that better? Or is that worse than them bringing back the old darts when they could have brought back the old darts? Do I still have the Rust monorail? I believe I do, but I think the muzzle popped off. But I didn't get rid of it as far as I know. As far as I know. It's not a blaster I've really used. Jolly, it's on the Walmart listing. If you just go to Walmart Brute Pro, there's a video now that's in the picture section. If I do get the blaster in, you know, Tuesday, I'll get a video done. If it doesn't come in at the right... The thing I'm worried about is it's going to show up at like 7 p.m. Because if it does show up from FedEx, it's not going to be here until late. But since it's coming FedEx, it's like, eh. But I need about like 10 hours to get the video done. But I will get it done for Wednesday if that does happen. Do you still have the Ultra Real? I do. I do still have it. Boxer Pro, I don't have a release update. I assume somewhat soon. If they're sending me the Brute Pro, they're probably going to send me the Boxer Pro sometime soon, unless they hate me now. I mean, they sent me the Brute Pro, so. A lever action Brute sounds awful, Bagel. I'm not trying to put you down. You do you, but it does sound absolutely fundamentally awful. Pistol grip lever action. I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm just saying that sounds awful. How did you modify the monorail? I put a stronger spring in it. That's about... I think you could put K26 in it. Maybe? 0? Might be worth doing. I don't really watch movies quite yet. I haven't seen it. Let alone a superhero movie. Not exactly my thing. I don't think that's necessarily true. I still... Solidis pointed out when I was testing, after I swapped the flywheel cage on my MHP LMG, I was using bamboo darts, and that might have been why it was still jamming, and I just haven't tested it with normal darts yet. I will test it. If it works, I'll do a video. I kind of owe it to Frontline. I've only had it for over a year, but in my defense, I would have had the video out the same day. I was so excited. You did not imagine how disappointed I was when I filmed like the unboxing and everything like that. And I was so excited, and I turned the camera off to go film the firing footage, and my darts were literally coming out at like a 45-degree angle, backwards. Like it was, I'm like, what the hell? I tried a whole bunch of darts. I tried a different, I asked for the links because I thought it might be the actual belt chain links, and that wasn't it. I tried a whole bunch, and I even took it apart, and I noticed like one of the flywheels, like if one flywheel's like that, the other one was like that. It was like quite a bit raised, and we're talking 4 of them, and one wheel of 4 was like a full millimeter up. Yeah, it didn't work. And then sometime, I want to say, I don't exactly when, it wasn't recently, but they sent me a new flywheel cage. That required me taking apart the entire blaster and soldering on a new flywheel cage, which I think it took me about an hour to do it. I mean, it's not much, but being in the mood to pull apart a blaster you don't know, it sucks. I haven't worked with Frontline Foam just because they have a reputation. They've been nothing but nice to me, but I haven't worked with them. I will, however, if I do have the blaster work fine, I will do the video for them because it's the least I can do. And after that, I don't think I'll be able to work with them again. Actually, a lever action jolt wouldn't even be that hard to do. It'd suck. I don't even really know. Having a lever action to push this down wouldn't be that hard. Yeah, that'd be pretty easy, I'd say. I think that'd be pretty easy. Would you want to? No. You heard of the Ontos? I thought about printing one of those out. It looks pretty good. It doesn't look like it's going to be a game changer or anything like that, but it is cool that it's like a relatively easy print and a relatively simple hardware kit, and apparently it's really good. I do want one. In fact, I was gonna buy the hardware kit for one, but the problem when it's like, if I'm putting together a hardware kit, I have to, like, if I'm buying just to make the one, right? It costs a lot to invest into. But I was very much considering doing a video on it. I don't know the creator, but it does look good. It really does. Have you dropped a direct plunger to a sharp fire? I have not, Andy Griff. The worst blaster? It's got to be one of the NERF slingshots. They're just so bad. I don't like the aesthetics either, Vesic, but again, I haven't held one. I've heard some things. Apparently, it's just really good for what it is. It's an easy print, it's a cheap hardware kit, and it functions way better than it has any right to. And I do think that's important. Plus, some people like the aesthetics. They want something that looks like it's from Marathon or Destiny or something like that. I just, anytime, like, if I'm thinking about getting a blaster, it's like I kind of have to compare it to this. And nothing really compares to this yet. This is just the best. A little sticky. I haven't primed it for a while. Still got a good seal? Oh, yeah. That worked. The features and everything packed into this, I still haven't really gotten a blaster that replaces this. Because even if there's something stronger, more powerful, it doesn't really matter. Because what this thing was just built to be the every blaster. The fact that you could just pull off the stock and you can adjust the velocity with this little knob right here, plus or minus 100 FPS, that's insane. And then also pulling it apart is really, really simple. And I think it's a fantastic design. I wonder how long it's going to be until this blaster is overtaken. And the price that he wants for a pre-built one is quite seriously absurd, because it's super competitive with everything. You're supposed to be able to get an M4X hardware kit. I don't know. I spent like 15 hours editing the build video for the M4X. I'm hoping hardware kits are available. I don't know. I haven't talked to Shane very much recently. God, that prime is so good. What a fantastic work of art. I don't think a lot of people have even really talked about this blaster, and it's really upsetting, because I seriously think it's the best. Like, the only reason you wouldn't, like, oh, I need something that hits 500 FPS walk, I was like, okay, well, this might not do that for you, I'm sorry. Like, even compared, as nice and lovely as this is, and trust me, this thing is really nice and lovely. It is so good. I don't think I would pick this over a M4X. Oh, I had it primed. I didn't prime it forward. I didn't do that. He didn't see anything. You know, good thing it's a frickin'. Good thing it's a SPAF SBL2. Oh, it even had a dart in it? Cool. Good thing it's an SBL2, because any other blaster you just did that, it might have broken. Oh, that prime. See, the thing is with this thing is it's just nice. It's just so nice. I can't really actually load a dart. This is because everything that you need to have metal is metal. Oh, it's so good. It really is. It's just like everything I need a Springer to do the SBL or the M4X does kind of better. And I think if you're worried about, if you want the customization and you're worried about durability, this is the way to go. If you want one blaster that'll cover all of your bases, I think the M4X is the blaster. Like, really, I would say the M4X would be the best blaster of 20... Did I review it in 2025? Or was it 2024? That being said, like, the only reason why I wouldn't consider it the best is because the Smiley exists, and the Smiley is so good. And it's open. Like, completely open. But in terms of pump actions, like, I think I want to get my hands on an Otis because I think it'll be really good, and I like it when it's, like, it's accessible, it's cheap, and it's good. But the M4X is just, like, if you need a pump action, I don't know, like, there's not really a whole lot of answers, I think, that it surpassed the M4X. I haven't really seen anybody be able to tell me anything wrong with an M4X. Hey, Laura. I'm not actually sure why not, Spicy Eyes. I think it's a lot of them, like, the reason why this has the sides is so you can see if you're chambering a dart, and it's actually important, because if you're not particularly counting, you can, when you're holding this and shouldering it, at least on this, the SPL2, I can't see in there, but if I think I'm running low, I can just glance over and I can check to make sure that I'm loading a dart. I can see right into the barrel, and I can also see right at the top of the magazine. That's important. God, this blaster's unreasonably nice. Seriously, Gavin has it's just so good. But he stated to me that he made this as just like a blank slate. And I told him, like, somebody's gonna want a cutout there, because, and I mean, I'm almost that person. It's not for, like, clearing a jam. Rarely do I think jams have to be cleared by, like, going through a jam door. Most of the time, jams you can usually clear them by just priming it back, and if you can't clear it by priming it back, it's probably like a dart got sucked somewhere. With this blaster, it's not really possible, but with, like, the Mark IV has a bad problem with darts getting jammed backwards. But he made this as a blank slate so that other people could customize it. He just wanted the base model to be out there. I hope it's not like one of those situations where anything you add to it subtracts from it. That being said, it's like, it's kind of just the best. That was too long. Like one of the first blasters where I think the standard length of pull is like too long. I'm like not even halfway on the adjustability. The sights are great. The ergos are great. A lot of people don't like this. Thankfully, you can change it. But I really like holding it like this. I don't like the monkey grip. I never liked that. It's one of the reasons why there's some blasters I usually almost use a angled foregrip. But when you have more leverage with something like this. So my favorite grip was like the one that came on the Game Face Triumph. I really liked that one. This is a close second, though. I like these designs. I think it's very comfortable. I like also using, like, my thumb to guide. It gives me, like, another point of contact. It's like when you see, like, hand stop, like this kind of C-clamp grip that people like. I prefer to have, like, something in between. So I use it like that. It works perfectly fine. You don't get that with it just feels wobbly with the monkey grip. It's never been a favorite. But if you have like a really tough spring, like, yeah, the monkey grip's superior because you can get all the leverage you need. Pyragon grip is like also one of my favorites. Keep me up to date on that, Christian. I wanna hope that you get that soon. I mean, it's a while to wait, but the dude does have, as long as, if his quality is even half as good as this, look at that. I mean, it is fantastic. He just, I don't even think he did like a proper, like, overdone job on this one. I think he just takes a lot of pride in his work. Wow, that trigger is good. But even though like the one on the, I actually don't know if I like the flat triggers or the curved triggers more. I might actually prefer the flat triggers. But yeah, these things are just way too nice. The weirdest blaster in my collection, probably the fart dart. Did I do a video on those? I think I did. I'm almost certain I did. It was definitely a tag back. It might have been in like the tag back movie. There isn't a whole lot of information on them. We found like the designer's page from a while ago. But I have the fart dart and the burp blaster. I don't know when it's actually coming out, something anonymous, but if I have a sample coming to me, that probably means it's going to be out within a couple of weeks. A lot of people are finding piston pumps. We heard fall. I have a feeling you'll probably see it before the end of August. Vesic, stop trying to dox people in my chat, please. Okay, thanks. Who's number one on the chat? I haven't actually seen the number one. Who's number one? It's Chris Cat. Have I seen a single comment from Chris Cat? How's Chris Cat number one? Chris Cat, what did you do? Did you cheat? Did you hack? How are you number one? Put out pro level blaster like Mark III hits on it on AA. Why do we use lipos? Spin up time and not torque. So spin up time on lipos is faster, and the torque, that's important. So with like the Maxim Pro, it doesn't matter that much. With full auto, whenever you push a dart through between the flywheels, it slows those flywheels down. With lipo and then brushless, you don't have that problem. Brushless is the end all, but there's no reason, really, especially nowadays, to buy brushless. I think I saw a picture of it, Talos. I didn't really look too far into it. Everybody keeps telling me to look at the NERF Drencher, Power Drencher. I saw Blaster Hub's video and got scared for life, but everybody keeps telling me that it's actually good. And I want to get, I just don't want to blow 30 bucks or 50 bucks on one. The Dunk Fill? Mega Dunk Fill? There is a video. Gonna probably have to mute it because Hasbro. Is that how it works? Well, that's somewhat interesting. I don't see anything like horrible. Huh. I don't really know a whole lot about this blaster. It's interesting that you only have to dip like the barrel into the water and it somehow has like a float or something that opens up that fills the barrel. Like with the other, like the xshot stuff that Nerf unapologetically ripped off, where it has like the container that opens up, the Mega Dunk Fill, you just like put the barrel below water and it somehow seeps into the barrel and doesn't leak. But my god, is the new Nerf Soaker stuff. Like, most of this is just straight up garbaggio. And then there's the Soaker Power Drench, which I want one, because it reminds me of the Soak Zuka, or the whatever, the Splash Zuka. I don't know. It's really cool looking, too. It's like, why does Nerf sometimes do the weirdest, really cool design language on the most random stuff? Use super chats for PTW? What does PTW mean? I actually don't know what that means. It sucks that the new Gelfire stuff isn't hyper. I keep thinking like the warp speed And whatnot is hyper, and it's not. Pay to win? Oh, okay. Fat Man Jeff, pay the Walrus. The Walrus is due. Nah, it's fine. I'm good. Vulcan kind of blew it out. I need to have, like, the top super chat and not just the most recent. I mean, Vulcan deserved way more than what they got. I've never spent money on Horse Girls or Nikkei. How dare you? I got the new Doro in Nikkei in 20 pulls. And then I did one more 10 pull and got nothing. Gotchas are only fun when you don't have to pull. Or don't pay for pulls. I wouldn't accept that. It must be fun for, like, gotcha streamers, though, when your chat's like, here's $50, blow it on pulls. Although I think Horse Girls, it's like $20 for a 10 pull or something ridiculous like that. And the rates are pretty terrible. Nah, I haven't Black Widow. Not like a super big Bleach fan. The first 20 episodes of Bleach is about as good as it ever got, in my opinion. I did watch up to the Mount arc and stopped. And I haven't touched Bleach since then. The PSP games were really good, though. Holy crap. Install linear rail on my Alchemist with pinheads instead of button head screws. Ow. I realize it was filler, but you're saying you should have skipped. There wasn't more episodes past that. I was only like 10 episodes behind the anime. I'm talking about this is like 2005, 2006. You guys are spoiled.
Let's rock.
120 FPS? Yeah, I would recommend doing the Cricket Pro. Classic for Real tipped $1 and then tipped super chatted $2 and just said pay the Walrus. I'm good. I've made enough. We're fine. There's absolutely no incentive. I will not do anything. I am considering doing another bribe. Like if the Mammoth Greg video gets like 400k in a month, something stupid, I will slow-mo take a shot to the stomach. Like on camera at 960 frames for whatever my phone will do, the highest slow-mo. Actually, I'll do multiple angles of me just taking it right to the belly. Keep in mind, this is something that pierced a beer can. It blew up a White Claw. I will take it to the belly. How many of those arcade machines do you have? I have these two right here, which I paid $100 each from Walmart. And then I have the two in the background, which are, I paid $300 for the Ridge Racer, and I paid $150 for the Simpsons machine. I bought all of my arcade 1-ups on super deep discount. The problem is that I really want the Time Crisis machine, and I've never seen it cheaper than like $500, and I refuse to pay more than like $300 for it. I really, really want one. Actually, you say that, Spicy Joe, in Makera's recent like advertisements, because of course I'm going to get all their advertisements now until the end of time. They actually show it CNCing using foam, like EVA foam. That would be actually kind of useful for dart heads, right? Why pay for virtual horse girls when you can buy the Bandai Tokei What's-Her-Face plastic girl on an affiliate? I have no idea what you're talking about. Is that the ponytail horse girl? See, I would like that one as well. I never saw it for a good price. NFL Blitz I also really want, but I won't pay more than like $200 for it. Got a Gelfire Raid? I like the Raid. $13, honestly, most fun I have with that. Yeah, I agree, Ghost Manta. That's an excellent blaster in my opinion. That was the one thing where I was like, God, I wish we would allow this in Nerf Wars, because it's like the 70 feet footprint of pellets, like that's just perfect. If everybody's wearing glasses, it's fine, right? I realize that's an affiliate link. I'm scared to click it. Why would I want the big XL caliber when I have that? I built that. Moose designed it, or Moose modified it, Evan designed it, I built it. So you don't have to. Is it broken? Cool, I didn't know that. I'm guessing it doesn't work because YouTube cut it off? Yeah, if you type in FWI Nerf, it does show up. So I don't know what's wrong with the shortening. It's actually kind of common on some blasters, Jolly. The Moose, the entire plunger tube moves. Not the Moose, the Mammoth Greg. Oh, shots fired! Woo! It is honestly, actually a common thing that the plunger tube is connected to the bolt and the entire plunger tube moves. That's actually not uncommon. The Mammoth mounts to any Gundam, F for your information. What? Do you hope to open a Nerf museum? That's actually, my long-term goal. If I had, Coop levels of money, I would have already opened up a Nerf arena, and it would have had a Nerf museum inside of it. You order the Jingzai 2.0 yet? I'm going to try to have this video out tomorrow. I just had to deal with this. And this is mostly done. This is also mostly done. God, I love this blaster. Big fan. They have literally never asked me, Tim. I don't think they like me very much. I honestly, how often that they will do videos on things that I do videos on first, and then they'll do their news video and not mention me and refuse to acknowledge my existence in any way. I've seen it a few times. People have pointed it out to me. I don't think they like me. I don't know them, but I'm just going to assume they don't like me, and that's whatever. So, no, I've never been asked to be on there. Otherwise, I don't think I've ever turned anyone down for that kind of stuff. Favorite Maverick colorway? I mean, it's got to be whiteout, right? It's probably whiteout. I'm a big fan of Clear Strike, though. I don't think I've also ever... I won't accept anybody on this, but I don't think I've ever turned anyone down for being on this. I just, it can't be anybody. It has to be... I guess I've never had to turn anyone down. I guess nobody asks, but... It's I would like to shoot the crap with Danny again. The clear Maverick from the GameStop where it had the black box, that was so cool. I would definitely not recommend a paint marker, Laura. The way you have to do chrome paint, look it up. Most of the time you have to do your primer, and then you have to do a gloss black, and then the silver on top of a gloss black. And then if you want to have it a different color, you have to do a translucent layer over that. I know the formula. I have never done it. I don't have the the GameStop clear Maverick. What Mavericks do I have in box again? I have green, clear, yellow, blue. I have green, clear, yellow, blue. I don't have whiteout, and I don't have the clear that's in the black box. But I think that's the only... Oh, in Gear Up. I don't have Gear Up. I would like to get every single one of the Mavericks in their original packaging. That would be cool. But also, like, whenever, like, a clear Maverick shows up on eBay, it's usually, like, $100. Who the hell besides me would pay $100 on a Maverick? I have clear... I mean, in package, damn it. You know what I meant. I do want to get all of the Mavericks in their original package. Yeah. Gotta hate opening up eBay and seeing all the Liger Zero Chogokin stuff that I want so badly. I need money. I need like $800 to blow on something I don't need. Clear Maverick. That didn't work. Clear Nerf Maverick. Oh, there it is. $60. I'm sorry I can't spend $60 on a Maverick. I want it, I can't rationalize that. Gear Up. I want to see Gear Up. Gear Up Nerf Maverick. I don't think I've ever seen the package for Gear Up Nerf Maverick. What? Am I missing any of the Gear Up stuff brand new in box? I've got the Recon. I've got the Raider. I've got the Barricade. Right? Because there's the Raider. Up there is the Barricade. And then the Recon's right here. So just the Maverick. Oh, wait, there might be like a Night Finder too. Clax and Frio, I don't have $800, so here's this. Yeah, that does not buy me a Soul of Chogokin Liger Zero with the armor kit. I want the armor kit so bad. Oh, I want it so bad, you have no idea. I kept saying, it's like, I just need that one Raid Shadow Legends ad where I have everything perfect, and I get that, oh, Raid wants to pay me $800 for a shout-out. There's my Soul of Chogokin Liger Zero with the armor-changing kit. Zombie Strike Survival System had the coolest Hasbro, especially the rare multi-pack. Man, I'd seen that, and I had never actually picked it up, and I'm mad about it. I love the big packs. I love, like, Costco big packs. Gear Barricade's actually awesome. Heck, I have brand new sealed inbox. That's actually looking faded. I'm liking it, actually. I hope not. I hope LED lights don't mess with it. It looks a little faded. I paid $15 for this. It's sealed. It's just also looking faded. Crap. Because there's no sunlight that can hit it. Huh. Maybe it was already faded, I just wasn't paying attention. The reason why you could see that blue thing is because I actually did set up the AC unit up here, because I couldn't actually even come upstairs, it was so hot. That did make a modest difference. I actually don't have either of those, Dorian. I gave up ever trying to get those. Honestly, I don't think they're that. They were only like, the last time I looked at them, like $120 per, which isn't that bad. Are the Soul Chogokin things really expensive? Yes, they are, but they're also like die-cast inner frame with really nice plastic. The Liger Zero looks so amazing, and then they sold the armor kit. The armor kit includes the Schneider, Panzer, and the hell is the other one nobody cared about? What the hell was the blue Liger kit called? I don't remember, but anyway. Yeah, so altogether, if you wanted both the armor-changing kit and the Soul of Chogokin Liger Zero, it's like $800. I will, Spicy Ice. I haven't, I will. I promise I will. The longer I wait, the more desirable it is. I have that edition of the barricade. Wish I had bought more of them. I like Dart Zone having like the gatefold where you can see everything. It's really nice. I hate Nerf with those have a stupid little tiny box. Like if you draw, like if it's sitting on a shelf, everybody can come up and mess with it and ruin it. I love the boxes. Boxes are nice. I rather have the box. I hate the open face packaging. What's a good program to start messing with STL files? Well, you can try Tinkercad. That's usually the easiest way. Tinkercad's free and it's online. Otherwise, Fusion 360 is also free if you use a non-commercial license. My friend was actually just in Japan, and he saw the Tryon 3, which is the first Gundam Soul of Chogokin. But I think they're doing an RX... They're doing some other Gundam now, too. I haven't looked it up yet. I had never heard of it until he showed it to me, but he's actually at Gundam Base. Lucky bastard. It's not fair. Why does everyone beat me to Japan? I should have went years ago. Now I'll probably never go. Did you ever make the Jank Blade light thing? I own the Jank Blade. I actually was going to do a video on it. I think it's on the other side of the thing. I have the actual good one that he made. If Hasbro boxes getting any smaller, there's just a new blaster on the shelves. Yeah. I don't know why, like, I thought the Nerf Overwatch stuff was pretty good. And I'm amazed that they never did anything nearly as good as this. I still think the McCree blaster is actually really good and you're all done. If you hate it, I think it's really good. I think that is the most slept on Nerf design ever. Oh, why is it a hammer shot? It would have been worse if it was a hammer shot. I love the breach action on that. I think it's one of the best things Nerf's ever done. I could do a whole video right now on the McCree blaster again, because I think it's actually rad. Is that a dart firing Barrett 50 cal in the back? Oh yeah, it's because at the very beginning of the video I say I say you, and I pick that up and I go, you're you know, nice, big, girthy. I bet you get a lot of tags. And then I pull out the Mammoth Grid and I go, versus the blaster she tells you not to worry about. This is absolutely the blaster you should be worrying about. Is that too much of an opening? I thought it was funny. And then I immediately, the first thing you see is the me, you know, destroying the can, except for I cut to black and just have the audio because I gotta bait you somehow. And then we do that opening, and then we immediately cut to me absolutely obliterating one of those Nerf drones. It sucks Rival died like a dog with absolutely no fanfare because Hasbro is the worst company that does not ever appreciate where it came from. Have a good night, Andy. The Greg has killed many a things. Honestly, the scariest thing is that it's actually not even... It's only hitting 260. And that's what everybody with the short barrel is hitting. I don't have a short barrel because the barrel I was originally sent it was bent. And I tried to cut it down to use it and it still didn't work. So I was sent an upgrade spring, so I have 58 kg of spring inside that as opposed to the 50 that it normally comes with. And it hits 260. So I think it can actually do 300 with a stronger spring, I guess. Is it fun? It looks fun to you, Dorian? It is the most unwieldy unapologetically unfun thing to use there pretty much is. It is not fun to use. Unless you're like 6.5 feet tall. It's practically impossible to use. I'm 5'10", and it's not fun. It goes up to like my neck. You say the Mark II trailer? I don't know what you're talking about, MKF. I'm sorry. Shoot a children's book? I might be able to. I didn't think about that. I do go through. It blows right through a pizza box, like both sides. Like if we took a pizza box, put it just on the end, and it blows right through both sides of it without even trying. It shattered a glass. I wasn't even expecting that. It just blew up a glass. Oh, Mortal Kombat 2? I didn't. I haven't really paid much attention to Mortal Kombat. I didn't know there was another one. No, the last one had like Homelander and Omni-Man and stuff in it. It was just cool, don't get me wrong. But I've never really, I do have Mortal Kombat right there, the old one. I've never been that big of a fan of the way the games play. I'm way more of a fan of like Street Fighter, the way those play. Have a good night, Jolly. I think we're just about to shut it down. I'm just going to talk about it for a little bit. Probably polish off the rest of that pizza, take a nap, wake up at 4 a.m. and finish that stupid blaster video. Oh, there's a movie? Oh, I know even less about that, MKF. Check Discord. What? I'm sure there's going to be a few of them out there, Dorian. You don't have to worry. Is that the picture of me holding the thing? Yeah, I got that picture, no worries. You haven't seen the MK? I don't watch movies. I have had Pompo the Cinephile sitting in front of my TV for like 3 years. It's probably a 45-minute long movie. I just can't sit down. Like, Solinus can attest to the fact it's like, oh, he's watching an anime while getting on Discord, watching another YouTube video, and also grinding RuneScape. Like, I don't really do good sitting there just watching a movie. It's just not a thing. Last time I went and saw a movie in theaters, we saw Beetlejuice 2. And while it was a great movie, and well, I wouldn't say great, it was a fine movie in my opinion, I sat the entire time running agility laps on my phone in RuneScape while glancing up at the thing every so often. Well, hello back to Ecuador. One of my xshot guns locked up. Which one, the code? You gotta be more descriptive. I can't help you. It's been a long time since I played Killer Instinct. I should probably check that. I don't remember if I liked that or not. I don't mind the older Mortal Kombats, they're just not my favorite. The way you do special attacks in Mortal Kombat is always... And blocking. Blocking is weird in Mortal Kombat. Frickin' block button. I like Street Fighter. I wouldn't say I'm really big on Street Fighter, but I do like Street Fighter. Fighting games I have like a mid attachment to. I have played a few of them. But yeah, they're not quite like my favorite thing. They're usually really poor for the value too. Yeah, and then they had that new Hunter x Hunter one that just came out that's apparently poo-poo. Mortal Kombat 3 for the Sega Genesis. Good. I agree. Yeah. I think Mortal Kombat was better on the Genesis than it was Super Nintendo. That's me. It's been a long time since I played Killer Instinct. I never played they did a new one. I don't think I ever even touched it. Well, okay. I'll take that back. I remember Killer Instinct for the Game Boy, and I remember it being one of the worst games. but it can't be as bad as, what was it? What was the one for the Gamecom? I think there was a Mortal Kombat for the Gamecom, but I mean the one that was like, it had like the Sega stuff. What was that? Fighters Mega Mix, I think. The Virtua Fighter, yeah. Virtua Fighter Mega Mix for the Gamecom. God, I wish my mom wouldn't have... I don't think I got my Gamecom because it was in storage and she lost the storage unit and didn't tell me. But I still had my Gamecom. And that... There's apparently... I have to look it up. I think Symphony of the Night is on the Gamecom. It is! There is... Oh, it's a prototype of the game. Okay. I'm like, there's absolutely no way every one of those games on the Gamecom were like 15 minutes long. Actually, I want to look it up. Sonic Jam Gamecom. I think the Gamecom version of Sonic Jam literally had like 4 levels. It only has 3. It has Emerald Hill Zone, Angel Island Zone, and Mushroom Hill Zone. That's it. You can literally beat it, assuming you could play through at like 4 frames per second. You can literally play through in about 15 minutes. And I think Duke Nukem 3D also only had like 3 levels to it. God, I miss my Gamecom. It's one of the worst consoles ever made, and I played the crap out of it. I was that kid. The worst. You had to be there, man. You had to be there. Okay? I swear, if these things are expensive now, I'm gonna be pissed. I had like 4 or 5 games for it. They're like $50. Oh no, this one's $200. Oh, it actually has the stylus though. That's rare. One of the worst, like, you can think of like, oh, whatever worst handheld. No, it's the Gamecom, and it's not even close. I had more fun with the R-Zone, I think. No, the Gamecom Duke Nukem 3D. Duke Nukem. It was so bad. And I probably played through it a dozen times. It's literally like a 30-minute long game, I think. Had like 4 levels, like 2 weapons. Yeah, it's got 3 episodes, it says. I swear to God, they're all the same. You can't even tell the difference between them. It seriously takes like a half hour to play through. And the weapons in the game are the boot, the pistol, the shotgun, and the RPG. That's it. It's so bad! One of the worst game consoles I have ever had. I, again, had more fun with the R-Zone. I'm so mad I don't own it anymore. We had 2 of them. My brother had one, too. Innovative in the fact that it could have 2 cartridges in the console, though. I thought that was pretty cool. That honestly was pretty cool. R-Zone, that thing, yeah. Yeah, I would argue I had more fun with the R-Zone. There's no shot the Gamecom had a Splinter Cell game. That was so far. That was so far. Let me see. The entire library has to be like 20, 30 games max. It's not even. The full list. Solitaire, Batman and Robin, Centipede. Imagine buying like a $30 copy of Centipede. Duke Nukem 3D, Fighters Mega Mix, Frogger, Henry, Indy 500, Jeopardy, Lights Out, which was a pack-in title. It's the only reason why I know of that puzzle game. Jurassic Park, The Lost World, Monopoly, Mortal Kombat. Okay, there was a Mortal Kombat for it. Quiz Whiz, Resident Evil 2. There's no way. When Duke Nukem is like a 30-minute long game, and Sonic is like a 15-minute long game, there's no way Resident Evil 2 is on the... How did... What? Scrabble, Sonic Jam, one of the worst games I've ever bought. Tiger Casino, Wheel of Fortune 2, it lasted long enough to get a sequel, and Williams Arcade Classics. The canceled games was A Bug's Life, Symphony of the Night, Castlevania, Command & Conquer Red Alert. That actually would have gone hard, because the Gamescom had a touchscreen with a stylus before the DS, years before the DS. Deer Hunter also could have been pretty good with the stylus and touchscreen. Holyfield Champion Boxing, Furby Land, Gigapets Deluxe, Godzilla, Legend of the Lost Creator, Madden 98, Metal Gear Solid, there's no shot! There's no shot! Mutoids, name that tune as a, no. NASCAR, NBA Hang Time, Shadow Madness, Sonic 3D Blast. Okay, I'll be one of the few people. It's like, I had Sonic 3D Blast as a kid and I actually enjoyed it. Small Soldiers, Turok, they're gonna put Turok Dinosaur Hunter on the Gamecom. I can't believe for a second Metal Gear Solid. You would probably only get 20 minutes. It would be shorter than the phone game. But Command & Conquer, I legit could see being on the Gamecom and being good. Symphony of the Night, I can't believe that. I want to see how long, like, the Resident Evil 2 on the Gamecom. It had to be like a 20-minute long game, if that. Resident Evil 2 Gamecom was known as the best game. It included only Leon's story path and removed several of the original game's core features. I really wonder, it had to be like a 15-20 minute long game. Loose a copy of Resident Evil 2 for the Gamecom is on price charting is $61. I can't imagine. I want to see somebody say, like, all in all, you could beat it within 20 minutes. Because that's it. That's all you'd get out of that. Every other game I played on the Gamescom was awful. Meanwhile, you could buy, like, Pokemon, and it would last... You'd play that game for 50 hours and not even be bored. An hour. So, Tag was another one of those poor suckers that had a Gamecom as a kid. I'm sorry, man. You know what pisses me off more than anything? I picked up a Gamecom over the Neo Geo Pocket Color. I've never owned a Neo Geo Pocket. I've wanted one my whole life. And I still don't own one. And I will never forgive myself for that. I will never forgive past me. It was probably my stupid older brother's like, you should get one too so we can play together. I picked that up over a Neo Geo Pocket. I swear to God, the Neo Geo Pocket was probably cheaper. Oh my God. Oh man, I want a Neo Geo Pocket so bad. It's probably ridiculously expensive, huh? Yep, they're not cheap. It's okay. I can play every single thing on this. It doesn't matter. It just doesn't have the clicky joystick. Hey, Jacob. Yeah, so the only reason you know how to pronounce Gamecom is because every single time you turned on the console, it would go Gamecom, active. You didn't say game.com. You called it the Gamecom. Anyone got a Mario Kart main? No, I don't play Mario Kart. I mean, I played it. I don't know if I have a main. My favorite rival blaster? The Pilot, probably. I want to find a Wonder Swan. That's a console I know literally nothing about, but I do know it has a Beat Mania. Actually, I think it has a couple of Beat Mania titles for it, and I also have all those games on my GKD Pixel too. But I really wish I would have gotten that Neo Geo Pocket. It's okay. Is it still in here? I do own the greatest handheld console of all time. You would think it would be the Game Boy Micro, and the Game Boy Micro is up there. It's not the Motorola, I forgot, Flip? Blur? This is the cool, it's a little dirty, it's been kicking around in dog poo for a while. This is an Android phone. Like, you want to know how cool phones were? I'm not even fooling you when I say this is the coolest phone. Like, touchscreen, you can do everything. This was my MP3 player for years. These are awesome. These are really good, and of course I've got an EverDrive for it. But where it is, it's not the Game & Watch, although it's very close. Where is this? What's that? That's that. The greatest handheld that I ever had as a kid. The freaking Pokemon Mini. Look at this little sucker. Look at this. This thing had interchangeable game cartridges and a really nice screen, all things considered. Is there any chance you have battery life left? No. Of course not. Do I have a AAA kicking around now? Oh, there's a random AAA. Find out. I thought it was a Pocket Station. Oh! I twisted the thing and it turned on. It looks actually really good. As it's saying, I'm pressing A. I'm totally pressing. You are done. Oh, now it's saying the battery's dead. Okay, cool. Do I have the xshot pistol? I do not actually have an xshot pistol. I had a Game Boy Advance. The Game Boy Advance was awesome because you could finally play all of your Game Boy games. And all of them. I mean that legitimately. Like, if you owned a Game Boy your entire life, as many of us did, you could not play a single damn game that ever released for any of those handhelds unless you lived in Japan and had access to a Game Boy Light. But my goodness, when we got the first game I played on my Game Boy, oh my god, I don't want to know how expensive that game is now. The first game I played on my Game Boy Color, or my Game Boy Advanced SP, which I sold Yu-Gi-Oh cards to kids to afford that, by the way. I was a shark. I played Worms Armageddon for the Game Boy Color, and I played it so much. Because no matter what console you played it on, you could not see that screen. The worm light did not do anything for Worms. I don't want to know how expensive that is. Oh my, I bet you that. Oh, I don't want to look it up. Worms Armageddon Game Boy Color. Okay, it's not that bad. It's only like 50 minutes. Oh god. Behold, the best console ever made. Apparently that battery's dead too. Go screw yourself. It's really good. I got another battery. I will test it. I think the Pokemon Mini is one of the coolest consoles ever made. I legitimately think that. I'm so glad I have one. And I'm thankful that I didn't know of it as a kid, and I really wish it would have taken off because it is the coolest thing. This would be perfect in 2025. Let's try this other one. This time I'm going to turn it on first to make sure it actually works. Yeah, there we go. Cool. All right. Set the clock. Dude, it is still not working. Is the button broken? just says set the clock and then doesn't actually respond to any of the button presses. It's a nice little screen. Like, it says press A. It says set. I can't seem to actually C button. Can I figure this out? It shouldn't be this hard. It might be torched. Why does the button not work? You have to be like a special thing that the button doesn't work. I am in Washington State, yes. I am near Seattle. The best handheld system to me? I mean, if you're counting backwards compatibility, the Vita reigns supreme. The Vita would have literally annihilated the 3DS had Sony even remotely tried. The Vita was everything you wanted the PSP to be and then some. Dude, why can I not set the clock on my Pokemon Mini? Somebody help me. Why does my A button not work? That's disappointing. I have no idea why my A button doesn't work. This thing has been in this wrapping, chilling. I wish it would just let me hit start. It just says set the clock, and then says A to confirm, and it don't work. And I can't left or right. I can't get it off the first number. That is so disappointing. I have no idea what the issue is. Did a capacitor or something go out in my Pokemon Mini? I have another one. I have a second one. I really wanted it. This thing's so cool. I have Pokemon Pinball for this thing, which is one of the greatest games of all time. And I have one for this. This is Pokemon Party Mini, which is just some mini games. It's actually really cool. You can play multiplayer, the infrared port, which is just as bad as you think it is. I'm so upset right now. Vita was alright, but 3DS had way more games. Yeah, except for the 3DS. The problem with the 3DS is that it was so, like, battery hungry. I mean, the Vita probably wasn't much better, to be honest. But not only was it battery hungry, the 3D kind of sucked butt. And then on top of that, most of the games were held back by the 3DS. And then they released the new 3DS, which they made like one game for the new 3DS. Actually, two. I think Minecraft and Xenoblade were the only two new 3DS games. I'm so upset my Pokemon Mini doesn't work. Why does my Pokemon Mini not work? How does the buttons not work? Maybe hitting reset will do something. You know, it's concerning when reset doesn't seem to actually do anything. I wonder if there's like a capacitor or something that went out from it just sitting around. Because it very clearly is not taking any other controls other than up and down. Man, that's depressing. This thing's so cool, though. I love it so. Yeah, that's weird. I just had it in here like this. You think it would work better. Sorry, I got sidetracked. we have 2 poorly reshelled Game Boy Advance SPs downstairs. Got a couple of DSs. I actually don't know. I have to ask the wife if she's seen my original fat DS. And then we got like 4 3DSs, despite the fact that I don't even like. I have one. Best console ever, Nintendo, watch out. I lost the stylus somewhere. It's probably in one of these drawers, to be honest. Buzzbee new darts. I don't think I've seen them, F-Seth. I have the Persona Q 3DS complete inbox, like hardly touched. I did open it, but it's like brand new. I'm gonna retire on that someday. Love the PSP more than the Vita. Vita is underrated. Vita was so good. I don't know why you'd like the PSP over the Vita. No. The Vita has the best D-pad ever made ever. You cannot convince anybody who's ever touched a Vita knows that the Vita has the best directional pad ever made. Like, it's not even close. I don't know how Sony didn't use that D-pad for everything else, but it is so good. I honestly am dumbfounded how little Sony tries as a company anymore. I do have a PSP Go. Both my PSP Go and my Game Boy Micro have water damage. I have to replace the screens on them, and that's terrifying. I actually had a friend admit to me that when they came over to my house, because I had Wi-Fi and they didn't, they used to use my Wi-Fi to download illicit material on their PSP. Man, the PSP was a great console, though. There are more DS games I think are better. Like, there are more good DS games than there are 3DS games, in my opinion. That's my opinion. I know a lot of the people probably watching grew up with a 3DS, so they have pretty strong opinions about that, but there are very few 3DS games, I think, that are actually, like, amazing, worth playing. There's a lot of DS games, though. Nobody, you would never trust. That's like that scene in Terminator 2, where they're calling his house, and the Terminator asks a question, and then he goes, "Your foster parents are already dead." Anybody who says they like the Xbox D-pad, you get that exact scene. What do you think about the Xbox D-pad? Oh, I love the Xbox D-pad. It's simply the best. Your foster parents are already dead. No Xbox controller has ever had, I would even consider, a functional D-pad. They are awful. All of them. I've tried all of them. Actually, I don't think I've tried the latest Xbox greatness. But Xbox One, 360, like 360 had such a bad D-pad. And they did like 4 iterations of that D-pad. Anybody remember the twisty D-pad? It's such a dumb gimmick. Have you seen K-pop Demon Hunters? I don't even know what that is. Wait, no. I've seen the one meme of the girl sniffing the, like, onigiri roll, and I think that's from that. I don't know anything else about that. The Pro Controller D-pad was ass. On the Switch? Yeah, it's awful. I think I have a Pro Controller right here somewhere. Like, I got this guy. Walcom digging around in all this trash. Yeah, let me find one. This is a fantastic controller, dude. The 8-bit Dough Pro 2 or whatever. It's got the 2, this is the minimum. You need to have the back paddles. And you can also switch, like, profiles on it. The joysticks are really nice. D-pad's pretty good. This is a Super Nintendo D-pad, full stop. And face buttons they're okay. Shoulders are fine. I don't know if these are analog triggers. They're pretty okay. I don't know how expensive. I think I paid like $40 for this, and it's really good. I've used it a lot. I actually think it's one of my favorite controllers. Haven't tried any of the newer ones. I do myself prefer the PlayStation layout, and the reason for that is you could play 2D games just fine, 3D games just fine. Anybody who does this and says that's superior, you're a zoomer. You cannot, like, you absolutely cannot play like a 2D game, and then you have to like play like this with a deep. It's awful. Miss the OG Xbox controllers with white black buttons. I remember my older brother, he had a girlfriend, and he had to import a Japanese Xbox controller S because she physically couldn't handle the Duke. Not that I could either. I don't like using grenades in Halo because I can't hit those stupid buttons. Didn't they bring the Duke back at one point? Like recently as a meme? Yeah, this is a nice little controller. It's like, what if a Super Nintendo and a PlayStation, or what if the PlayStation Super Nintendo was actually released? This would have been the controller. This is a great one. Honestly, I haven't really, because like I haven't really been using controllers on this, because anything I play on this that needs a controller, I just play on the Legion Go. I mean, you're joining like 3 hours late. I'm just saying that, hey, I have the... Is there anything you want to see on the Brute Pro? Because the Brute Pros, I'm going to have it next week. The slim OG Xbox controller is where it's at. I don't really remember much about the controller S. I do know that later on that was the default controller. But yeah. GameCube controller I'm mixed on. I had a GameCube. A lot of people really like it. I don't really know why. First issue, the C-Stick. It might be cool that the C-Stick had like locking directions. I hated that. I do like the analog shoulder buttons that would like have a fair amount of resistance and then click at the very end. Face buttons were honestly kind of garbo. Not a big fan of face buttons on the GameCube controller. It's okay. They are also really small, but I have small hands. I know people are fanatics about the GameCube controller. I had a GameCube. I honestly could take it or leave it. A PS2 controller was fine for me. N64 versus Dreamcast. Oh my god. Both bad controllers for different reasons. Isn't it weird how like everybody had it, at least as far as I know, as a kid, everybody had an N64. And then you look it up and the N64 sold like 12 million units and it had a total of like 280 games. It is amazing. Like, what is it? N64 sales numbers. Oh, 32.9 million global. Everybody had one. And yet I think the PlayStation 1 sold like 100-something million, like 100, what was the PlayStation 1 sales numbers? Yeah, 102 million. And like, I don't think I got a PlayStation 1 until the PlayStation 2 was a thing. I still think the PlayStation 1 is a freaking amazing console. PlayStation 2 is the best though. And the thing with the PlayStation 2 is you can play all the PS1 games on it and stuff. So in that regard, I guess the backwards compatible PS3 was probably the best console of all time. Because it was 2-stage backwards compatible. Couldn't you play some PSP games on the PlayStation 3 as well, I think? Like digital ones? GoldenEye? Yeah, but, I mean, once we got Perfect Dark, GoldenEye was done. Nobody ever wanted to play GoldenEye ever again. I mean, Perfect Dark was basically just a sequel. The problem with the Dreamcast was the freaking cord. Oh, it was so bad. Have you seen my mentions on your note? I don't check those, Jacob. I'm sorry. I really don't. The last time I checked it, it was some kid talking crap about me, and I just like, okay, I'm just never gonna press that button ever again. I don't remember which kid that was. Might have been you. I don't care. Dreamcast could have been so much bigger if it had came out a year before. I honestly wonder, can you play, did anybody play Dreamcast PSO? Can you play that with just these controls?
Let's rock.
Because this thing has Dreamcast on it. I mean, I'd kind of want to play PSO on this, if I could play it with just the D-pad and the buttons and the shoulders. What's the lowest discount you've seen on a blaster? As Boinky Sponge on a $2 super chat. We just talked about the Challenger right now. The Nerf Rival Challenger is under $9, but the Nerf Ignite is like $2.64 right now at Target. Target has some decent sales. Strike Back is, I think, $12.50 right now. Oh, Cruis'n USA is so good. Mario 64 is also fantastic. It's not my favorite. Every 3D Mario has just kind of been meh. I mean, I really like Mario 64, and I'd play Mario 64. I've played Galaxy. Sunshine was a huge letdown for me. I didn't actually like Sunshine much at all. Galaxy was okay. I've never played Galaxy 2. The 2D 3D Marios have been letdowns for me. A 3D Land was a joke of a game. Yeah, it seems like ever since Nintendo went like 3D on all their games, they've been not very good in my opinion. I did have Odyssey. I honestly thought it wasn't that great. I could see why people liked it, but it really felt like the world and the enemies, like it just didn't feel good. Like, the movement and the gameplay, those felt good, but the actual things you do with the movement and the gameplay didn't feel good. I think that's one of the reasons why Super Mario 64 is so, like, kind of undefeated, because while it was a huge departure, it just has this flavor to it. The weirdness. Like, there's something about it, but it's like, if I want, oh, what's the best Mario game? It's like Super Mario 3, World. Take your pick. I honestly couldn't choose between them. That's like one of the hardest questions of all time. What's better, Super Mario World or Super Mario Bros. 3? And it's almost impossible to answer. I really want to play DK Bonanza. I think I said that. Like, when I saw it, I'm like, damn, that looks fun. Turns out, damn, that looks fun. I don't think I'll ever get a chance. I don't know if I could stomach a Nintendo Switch 2 for any reason. They'd probably get me with a new Xenoblade. I actually haven't really played Paper. I didn't play it as a kid. I knew one of my friends had it. I don't know why I never played it. I did play Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga, and I thought it was a fantastic game until it ended. I think I beat that the day I got it, and I was really upset about that, because I wanted so much more, and I didn't get it. Mario 3 is hard to beat, I agree. Mario 3 might be the better of the two. I may have a soft spot for World, because World has the weird stuff to it. Mario 3 doesn't have as much weird stuff to it. Which do you think had a bigger FPS impact, GoldenEye versus Halo versus... Ooh, that's hard. That's actually... COD doesn't even count. Everybody ripped off COD after, but Halo kind of was... I'm going to say Halo. Hear me out. I think Halo was bigger because everything took Halo and changed it. GoldenEye is almost unplayable today. It was fun at the time. It was landmark because it was a 3D first-person shooter. I think it was like the first game that had the gun on the right. Like most games had the gun in the middle. I think it was like the first game that had the gun holding on the right was GoldenEye. But Halo just did everything perfectly. And COD, like, yeah, everybody ripped off COD after the fact, but I don't think it was nearly as influential as Halo. If Halo not existed, COD wouldn't. What came out first? The first Call of Duty or the first Halo? It might have actually been the first Call of Duty. I hate the fact I accidentally just typed in Call of Duty 12 and Call of Duty actually still popped up. 2003. Yeah, Halo came out in 2001, right? Halo Combat Evolved. I'm almost certain it was 2001. Yeah. So, COD wouldn't exist without Halo. That's a fact. Sunshine 64. See, I can't do Sunshine. I've tried. I don't know what it is with that game. It's another one of those games where it's like the flavor's wrong. It just doesn't feel like, I think the movement with Flood and stuff was fine, but I think the actual world and the enemies within it and the objectives you have to complete are a step down from 64 in a lot of ways. Plus the final boss is a joke. Yeah, there's just something weird about Nintendo. After the N64, I feel like Nintendo lost the plot. They just never felt the same. And I just think, I don't know, maybe that's me, but... Paper Mario, I have tried to play through, I couldn't really get into it much. I tried to play through Thousand Year... Yeah, the Thousand Year Door, I think, the GameCube one. It's not that it was bad, I just couldn't really get into it for some reason. Obviously, I played a lot of Super Mario RPG in the Super Nintendo as a kid. That was another game that I felt like you could literally beat in like 15 hours. On your first playthrough, if that. Now, Nintendo failing twice made them lose it with the Wii. See, that's another thing. It's like, even with the Wii, it's like, I just don't feel... I personally feel when Nintendo slipped into 3D, everything has gone wrong. Pokemon, even though that's not Nintendo, that's Game Freak, I feel like Pokemon has not been good since Black and White 2. And I don't understand it, because making all of the sprites animated for Pokemon Black and White 2 has to be infinitely harder than reusing the same Pokemon 3D model in every game for the past, 15 years? Like, I don't get it. Game Freak literally lied. Was like, oh, we had to redo all the animations and stuff for, I think it was Scarlet and Violet. And then people literally ripped the models. Were like, no, these are the exact same models from Pokemon Sun and Moon. Or Sword and Shield, or whatever it was. Whatever that game is. And it's like, they can't seem to make, like, even Pokemon, it's kind of hard to say, because it's like, it's a reused tile set over a reused tile set over a reused tile set. So you see 500 of the same tree or 500 of the same rock. But then when it goes into 3D, it's like, how do you guys not know how to make a texture not look like crap on a 3D game? Like, the environments look garbage. And they can't make grass look good. They can't make trees look good. The mountains, the water, everything looks awful. And you're like, how can games back on the PlayStation 1 do a better job of this than you guys? Like, have you never once ever tried to make a decent 3D game? Like, how do you have more money than Jesus Christ and yet somehow be incapable of making a 3D game for the biggest media franchise in the world? But the 2D ones are fine. Like, I guess the repetition of trees and stuff like that doesn't really matter when it's 2D. I just don't get how Nintendo has... I don't know. Then you look at, like, Xenoblade, and it's like, holy crap, how is this running on a Nintendo Switch? It looks freaking insane. It's weird. Nintendo's always had this, I can't think of a single 3D Nintendo title I think is better than one of their 2D ones. And they don't even try to go, okay, well, they have things like, I think Pikmin. I've only played Pikmin 1. I never got to play the other ones. I kind of want to. I wanted to get Pikmin 4. I just refused to pay $70 for it. I think those games look great and they play great. Pikmin 1 I played a lot. I thought it was fantastic. 3DS, it's like... Was there a single Kid Icarus? Kid Icarus Uprising, that was a Nintendo first party, but that was also done by HAL Laboratories and Like, but that's a fantastic game. And it's like another, just like, holy crap, this is amazing. More of this. And they're like, nope, we're going to make Smash. And then we're going to make another Smash. And you can go die in a fire if you like Kid Icarus, you stupid loser. It's like, how do you make these amazing games and then not like, oh my God, it's an 8 out of 10. Can we make a 9 out of 10 with these few changes and more content? No, not going to happen. I don't know. I'm just an old man yelling at clouds on that one, I think. I genuinely feel like there's not a lot of games, I think, that are like really good after they've been around for this long. But I feel like Nintendo, if they were to make like Super Mario Wonder or something, if that was a 2D game, like a legitimate like sprite-based game, I just don't understand. I think the issue with those is like, I think kids today prefer the terrible CG animation as opposed to fluid 2D animation. Because like that's all they know. When you kids sit down and watch movies today, it's all like Frozen. It's like that's CG. Like Cars, that's CG. Toy Story, that was CG even when I was a kid, but now it's more CG. That's all CG stuff, and I think like kids don't like 2D animation. It doesn't look good. And when you have all of the money, and it's obviously cheaper to make a 3D model and animate it. It's way cheaper. That's the whole point. But when you don't take the effort and money you saved from switching to 3D to make the rest of the game good, I have a problem with that, and that's what it feels like. I just don't... Man, I like Zelda 2, right? I'm not afraid to admit that. I like Zelda 2, The Adventures of Link. And I'm always like, man, if I had a monkey paw to be like, I want Zelda 2 remade, but I want like Arc System Works or somebody to do the job. Right? Like somebody who knows 2D fighters, like even when you look at like Guilty Gear, Strive, and stuff like that, where it's like they animate the models at like 24 frames a second or something. They look amazing. And I still think that's better than what we get from Nintendo. I'll have it out soon, Gavin, I promise. Funny thing with prices, Sony raised them before NEN and Xbox, but not in NA. Sony never learns of getting hacked a lot. Speaking of loving it. Sony, they lost the plot with me during the PlayStation 4. I want to point out how, like, even... Dude, Sony probably has had the biggest downfall of any gaming company. I like how they just replaced Microsoft, and then Microsoft's like, okay, I don't care. And they're like, yeah, everything's an Xbox now, go screw yourself. And Sony's like, cool, we have movies. Oh, but Walcom, The Last of Us is the greatest game ever. Yeah, Last of Us is pretty good. But Walcom, The Last of Us 2, it's a fucking movie. But Walcom, God of War, it's a movie. These games are not that good. I think The Last of Us really only worked because of shock value, to be perfectly honest. As an actual game, they're not very fun to play. And I know that because I've played through The Last of Us 1 like 8 times. When Nintendo shut down, when Sony shut down Japan Studio, that is the biggest gut punch I've ever experienced, and I will never like that company ever again. And which is weird, because like now, what is it? We got Freedom Wars, that was an Japan Studio IP, and now Patapon. Patapon came out from Bandai. I think Bandai just owns all the IPs now. Can we get a Soul Sacrifice modern port? Oh my god. How many of you actually played Soul Sacrifice? Holy crap, that game. You're not that late, Landon. You're lucky that we've gone on this long, because I'm just rambling. I completely lost. I'm just sitting here freaking absolutely rambling. Soul Sacrifice was a Vita exclusive. Tokyo Jungle? Oh, man. Even, I think one of the first games Japan Studio did was Legend of Dragoon. Who owns the rights to Legend of Dragoon? I honestly, I ask that sincerely. Like, I just don't understand. Why is everything so bad now? We could really replace, like, the last 15 years of gaming, and we'd be better off for it. If we could just redo it all, That'd be awesome. Do you guys really, like, what games are you legitimately looking forward to right now? And I say this as somebody who games every day. I was so excited for Monster Hunter Wilds. Monster Hunter Wilds sold so many copies, and it's the worst Monster Hunter game I've ever played. And I mean that in the fact that I think the gameplay is fun, but for that gameplay, they needed to have 8 times the content. Because you plow through the game and then you're done. Everything's derivative. It kind of feels like that. What was the last... What have I actually been playing? I can start up my Steam, look through my library. Umamusebe, that doesn't count. Soulstone Survivors, that's pretty good. Maze Mice, I picked, it was like $6 game. That's actually not too bad. Mecha Break, it's pretty okay. Star Ocean, the second story R, for the 5 or 6 hours I played of it, I thought it was fantastic. Cyberpunk, I jumped back into Cyberpunk because I actually played like 35 hours of it like the first month it came out and then never touched it. They've added a lot, it's pretty good. I don't even know if these games, I must have added them to my collection from a Humble Bundle. Ratatan demo, it was okay. It wasn't as good as Patapon. Stellar Blade, that was okay. I didn't buy it, it was just the demo. Haste, I actually legitimately liked Haste. I think that was a good game. Hi-Fi Rush, I only played like 3 hours of it, but I was mad I haven't played Hi-Fi Rush sooner. Cassette Beasts, that game gives the worst first impression, but if you stick with it, it's actually really good. Cassette Beasts gets like a B+ from me. I thought it was pretty darn good. Pizza Tower, well that doesn't count. Pizza Tower is one of the greatest games ever made ever. Balatro, yeah, it's one of the greatest games ever made ever. 7 Days to Die, played through a lot of that. I wish they'd add more to it. It's been in development for like 20 years, and it's still not there yet. V Rising, played the crap out of V Rising. Thought that was pretty good. Oblivion Remaster, played quite a bit of that. Star Wars Bounty Hunter, I installed it, never played it. Dave the Diver, okay, that's pretty good. Fumes, oh man, the demo for Fumes is really good. It's like a roguelike mission-based open world Twisted Metal. Actually, it feels more like Vigilante 8 than Twisted Metal. If you've played both, you know the difference. Mega Bonk, that is like it's like a 3D Vampire Survivors. I can't wait for the full length of that to come out. I hope it has a ton of content because that game was legitimately super fun. Daemon X Machina. Okay, that's it. That's the game right there. I genuinely hope Daemon X Machina 2 is really good because it looks fantastic. The first game is pretty darn good. I never finished it. You ever enjoy the Nerf game of the week? No. We actually played it during a stream and I hated it. It was really not great. Bring up the Hoyo games? No, I just think the rates on those games are garbage and it ruins the entire game. Brotato, how many hours? I have 35 hours in Brotato. I like roguelikes though. That's my problem. I legitimately like roguelikes. I guess Mindwave, I played the demo of Mindwave, and that is a tasty, tasty game. I don't know if that will ever actually get finished, but it is really good. Like, what am I waiting for, though, really? Realistically, I don't actually have a whole lot. Besides Damon, I have to look up, like, upcoming games to see if there's anything I'm excited for. Mega Nerf Arcade. They did, and it sucks. I've played it. I have gotten the Nerf N-Strike bonus once, and I don't even know how I did it, to be perfectly honest. I guess I just locked the F in. 7 Days to Die is 2.0 now, and it's pretty good. Better models, new buildings, new quests. I have heard about that. I'll have to see if Chad wants to jump back into 7 Days to Die. The fact that it runs on like a Steam Deck and stuff is pretty incredible. I don't usually mod my games, but I have no real qualm against them. I just never usually do it. I'm too lazy. Yeah, I'm just like trying to think of... Like, I don't think there's a whole lot from the recent, like, stuff. I'm sure there is. I would think Classic has paid attention to me enough to be like, oh, Walcom, aren't you waiting for X? And I'll be, oh, yeah, yeah. The only one that comes off the top of my head right now is Daemon X Machina, the Scion one, whatever it's called. Titanic Scion. I legitimately hope this game is half as good as it looks, because it might be, like, just a 10 out of 10. 7 Days to Die can be fun. I do want to get Fantasy Life I. I really want Fantasy Life I. I just can't spend $60 on it. God, I want that game. I've talked myself in and out of that game so many times. Has anybody played that? Because it looks amazing. I heard it's like Zelda RuneScape with a little bit of Harvest Moon. Arc Raiders? Okay, yeah, I do want to check out Arc Raiders. I haven't been able to beta test that. I applied, but I haven't gone. I can't believe they stumped me. I have like 300, 400 hours in the finals. God, I should boot up the finals on stream. When was the last time I actually played a game like that on stream? Thanks for sticking around for so long, Homely. You absolutely mad lad. Is Walcom your name because you look kind of like a Danny or a Bob? What? No, of course Walcom's not a real name. At least I don't think it is. I'm not a Bob or a Danny, though, that's for sure. Well, thank you, Laura. I will not give you the meat, Solinus. Next time's got to be a brisket. The problem with briskets, they're like $100. I don't want to tell you my real name. Somebody's actually said it a couple of times during the stream. I don't like it when people I don't know call me by my real name. I will call Solinus by his real name because Solinus is too long and hard to say in conversation. And even then, I don't think I've really said his name too many times. But, like, when you don't know me, like, when I go to, like, a event, so, hey, my name, and it's like, I don't know you, and you're calling it, like, clearly, if I wanted to be called that, that's what I would call myself in my videos. And it's easier to use a handle because it's less personal. And it's weird when people call me by my real name when they find out about it, because it feels like they're trying to pull power over me. Like, I know your real name. I'm going to use it all the time. It's like, you don't understand it. Like, it doesn't feel right because I don't know you, but you know of me. And it's always felt weird. There is a Walcom company that makes spray guns, and I want to own one of their spray guns. No, you don't have to shadow ban those people, Classic. I'm not like upset about it. I just didn't answer them. Because it's like, I don't think most people mean any real ill will when they do that. It's just, it's something that's always felt wrong. I type in, does this pop up? It actually does. The Walcom, like, spray company pops up, but the first thing that pops up in my Google when I type in guns, that's G-U-N-Z, Walcom, is the Walcom XL rocket launcher. If you type in Walcom space S7, does guns pop up first? No, I pop up. I pop up everywhere. Oh, there's a Wikitubio on me. I'm not going to even touch that. I don't want to know what those are saying about me. Wow, you can't even find... I have ruined Guns the Duel for everyone because you can't find the actual thing. That sucks. I've inadvertently ruined... Because again, I took it from Guns the Duel. Walcom was one of the manufacturers. They made the high-powered, less accurate, slower firing, less capacity weapons. The Walcom Warrior was like an insane assault rifle. Then they did what? The assault rifles, rocket launchers, and SMGs. I think that's it. Lawcom. Not bad. I guess they already answered your question, Landon. I don't really live in Missouri, so it's hard for me to say. Cass, what did you do? I see my general chat. Did you do something? What did Demon do? What's going on? I don't understand it. I have no idea what's going on. Demon, I apologize if something has happened. I don't think whatever happened you deserved. I have no idea what's going on. Classic. What did you do? I just like had my Discord because I've stream other thing and then Discord on the side of my big monitor. What did they do? I didn't even get to see what they did. It's feasible to take the gas expansion from a cap gun ring being ignited to launch. I don't think you gotta imagine that like a standard Nerf dart weighs like what? 1 gram, let's say. The cap gun can not really do a 1 grain projectile. That might be official lore now, EJ. I just don't know what you did, Classic. I feel like Demon Animator may be the most misunderstood, unfairly prosecuted member of my community. Because apparently they get all this crap, and I've never seen them do anything other than be a fantastic person. So it's like every time I see something go wrong with Demon Animator, it's like I've only ever seen them be good, and I never get to see this absolute heinous stuff they allegedly do to get shadow banned and stuff. And so, Demon, you're good in my book, buddy. I kind of want that. I bet you it's stupid expensive. I have that AK blaster mod, but I want to check to see. Delivery is $43, so it's $200 for that blaster. I would order one. I just don't have $200 to spare. Where they drill the front form of a plastic one and stuff peppercorns down the side caps horn. Yeah, but like how heavy is a peppercorn compared to a dart, X? It's on AK Blaster Mods. I think it's done by the same company that did that bolt action. It's called the FACAI TO4 pump action. It comes with a drum. It says about $184 being shipped, which honestly for what you get looks pretty okay. It looks more like a slab that's pump action with a drum. It doesn't look like it's much different than that. I don't know how true that assessment is, but it does come with a 35 round drum I've never seen before. This has to be the same company as that lever action, or not lever, bolt action. I kind of want one, but again, I don't have $200 to blow on this right now. what else they got. I actually haven't checked. I'm going to shut things down a little bit, though. Galaxy Woodpecker. The hell is that? Why does that look sick AF? What is it? Oh. I don't know how I feel about that. It's also $155. I don't like the fake revolver when it's not actually a revolver. Thunder Blazer Blaster toy. Again, it looks like a slab or like a, what do you call it? Oh my god, is that like a side primed pistol? I actually don't know what I'm looking at here. Hold on, I think this is... Oh god, no! The Thunder Blaze. Can you show me? It looks like some kind of wacky bolt action. I'm about ready to say fire whoever... Okay, yeah, it's like a bolt action pistol. It looks interesting. And it hits about 200 feet per second. Kinda want. God, AK Blaster Mod, send me some of your wild crap. I will do videos on it. There's a lot of stuff here that I'd absolutely love. I just can't afford to buy all of it. It's not rare I would say that. Most companies, I tell them to charge me. They have so many blasters that I want to do videos on. The printed Chinese blaster I'm interested in is that pump action smart revolver. It automatically advances the next loaded chamber in the cylinder. I want to say it's called the A330, but I might be misremembering. If you do find it, send it to me. I'd love to check it out. Why does Nerf get rid of stuff? I mean, you could just end your thing there, Landon, but I'll continue. Like AccuStrike and Mega XL, because it didn't make them enough money. Because it solved problems they didn't want to solve. Guys, a lot of problems can be solved by just saying, like, I think your opinion on this is garbage. You don't have to... That's not insulting the actual person. That's just saying, like, hey, your opinion on this is pretty bad. And if you can't accept somebody saying your opinion is bad, that's a lot on you. Like that Evan guy that we banned earlier. They had a garbage opinion. But it also seems like they were just literally trolling to troll, so... Everybody misses Vortex Hex. Everybody. I just don't understand what N1 was supposed to accomplish besides being a dart that nobody else can use. It literally does feel like Nerf didn't even try. They looked, how do we make Nerf Rival cheaper and worse? I'd say probably Disturbed. I don't think I did, Laura. You did a video on the Faction Battle System Sentinel. Did you ever get to try the other blasters? I own them. I actually own multiples of them. Have I checked them out? I have not. I honestly haven't. I'm not that big on gel blasters, and it's not like the other blasters in the line besides that, like, turret thing did anything different or interesting. Moose 1 or Ranger? The Ranger has a way better trigger. I think that's kind of the... But the Moose 1 does better with the cut down Mega. It's hard to say. The P330? What do I search that on, though, Dorian? I have everything right here. Except what I don't have. I haven't, Galaga. I probably never will. I'm not really into that. That's kind of why I like these, because they only have the games they have, and most of the time there's only like 1 or 2 games I'm missing. I wouldn't want to download and like put all the time and effort into that and then have like the 1 game, 2 games I actually want to play. I do believe The Simpsons has a soft mod. I might look into doing that. Like, really, I wish, like, the Ridge Racer machine, I wish it had, like, Rush and Daytona USA on it. Like, that's really all I want out of it besides Ridge Racer. And same thing with, like, I wish I just had a dedicated Point Break. Is it Point Break or Point Blank? I think it's Point Break. Okay. Point Blank. I always get that confused. Point Blank game device. Like, I want one that's like Police Trainer, but not. Let me see if I can find it on YouTube. All right, that looks expensive. That looks real expensive. So, it's got rotating cylinders, unlike anything, and it's also pump action. And the cylinders look like they probably hold like 10 darts each. They're pretty big cylinders. But they look to be made out of machined metal. I just googled NERF P330. They are, is that xshot? Yeah, xshot cylinders. They're pretty big. They're like the size of a yo-yo. Interesting. Rear loading. That's cool. I skipped through it. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. That video's over a year old. Man, that sucks. That looks really cool. Ooh, that actually looks rad. It looks expensive, and apparently the video's over a year old, and you can't get it anywhere, so... I believe the cylinders are hot swappable with gravity drop. Well, that's interesting. What is one blaster you don't own that you wish you did? Supermax Missile Blaster. What is one thing you want NERF to do that they haven't done before? Elite, N-Strike Elite, the second attack. There we go. Are there any actual good NERF flintlocks? Because the red Fortnite one sucks. Buzzbee made flintlocks, and there is new flintlocks coming out from Dart Zone this year. The GL01. So, GL01 on NERF AK Blaster mod. GL01. Nothing comes up when I do that. I'll try GL01 without the space. Even less comes up. I don't know how to find it. It doesn't seem to show up in their search. Oh, you said, yeah, M416. I typed that. No, I'm wrong. I'm dumb. Sorry. Thank you, Dorian. I figured that out too late. It's hard to get all these stupid stuff. Are they really different? Thunder Blazer hand cannon. That's very similar to the one I just looked at. Whoa, hey! Yeah, I see the cylinders. This one's lever action. And I think it's worse for it. Huh. It uses the same cylinders for sure. I wonder if it's actually any good. It looks worse being lever action, which is weird to say, but that lever looks like the same lever you get with like a specifications brand Bamboo Lab. No, I don't think so, but here's a video. And it is definitely some Chinese superhero stuff going on. Wait, is it? Do they put LEDs in the top of theirs? That's kind of sick. We need more blasters with superficial LEDs. Hold on, I want to see that again. Show me that prime. It's got magnets on the priming grip, so it will hold it closed. No. I'm sorry, Dorian, did you watch that video? That thing's gonna have a worse prime than my Golden Boy. That thing literally was like... That's not happening. That's not happening. I'm sorry. That thing... You gotta be like Lanky Kong. Yeah, and it hits about 100... It looks about 150, 160 FPS. I mean, how much do they want for it? $200? No, it's not happening. It's not awful, but oh, and they show your other boy, the Pump Action Boy there. I think Pump Action Boy looks a lot better. I think Lever Action looks horrible. I think Pump Action Boy wins. Can I find Pump Action Boy? There's that Fakai blaster again. They have it too. Yeah, I don't see it. I see the dome. I see the Ling Long. Yeah, I don't see that thing that we were looking at. The Pump Action Boy. Yeah, they have a video on the Pump Action, and it's not great. They're the lever action, and it's like, oh. It's like even this guy can't really get it. Like this guy is like almost unusable. Yeah, it's actually that bad from what I saw in the video. But it's like you think, oh, that's not that bad. No, it is. It is really bad. Like, that hurts. Like, that's how I think I was doing it in the video. It's like I have to do it like that, which is fine. I'm not saying that's bad. I also don't think I can get a dart to come out of it. I need all new O-rings for this. Like 20 FPS. Oh, that's how I did it, is I went like with the ball of my hand. for such a beautiful work of art. It's a shame how this one turned out. But if I get new O-rings for it, we'll be good. It's not comfortable. Is that blaster cheaper than a real Henry? No, it's more expensive than a real Henry. Unless you want like a Henry octagonal barrel golden boy. That's when you're effed. Because those are more expensive. That was like an $800 blaster, and they didn't even tell me that until I got it. Yeah, cool Vol picks. I think I'm done. We've had our fun. I've been rambling for so long. I can't wait to see all the clips of how terrible of a person Walcom is. Every single time he streams, he says something so horrible. He's the worst. Ow. What's wrong with my finger? Oh, well, thanks for keeping me company, guys. I appreciate it. I'm going to probably go to sleep, wake up, and finish this guy, and then have that submitted for Monday. So, we'll see what happens. There's a lot of stuff coming. I just have to kind of figure out my personal life first. You guys have a good night. I hope I could entertain you at least for a little while. Take care, everyone. How do I shut this thing off?